Hello and welcome everybody to this very special day indeed. It's TimCon presents the Dreamhack Community Clash Diabotical 2v2 TDM. My name is GMT and I'm joined for the second time in history, and I'm very glad to be saying this because once was almost enough. It's Eefly.
How's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Glad to be back doing some Diabotical, Glad to have some game modes which my tiny little ape brain can understand,
Look, I can't even understand it, so it's good that one of us will. We've got 2v2 for you today, which I think is probably the most fun mode in this entire game, and we actually have a game coming up shortly which should be a bit of a banger. It's Limo, Abchamo and List versus See You in Chat, the combination of Scraws and Liths. Try saying List and Liths next to each other 5 times quickly, you're going to have a great time. But yeah, huge tournament today. $1,250 on the line, courtesy of Dreamhack and their Community Clash initiative. And we have been doing the organization, but we're ever so grateful to be here on the Dreamhack channel, representing Dreamhack to a greater or lesser extent. It's a great honor. We're very happy to be here. I'm going to run you through the map pool now. It's going to be Icefall, Perilous, Hurt Locker, the other one, and then also the other one. And apparently, I started that sentence being very confident with what I was saying. My Shell and Wreckage. There we are. Icefall, Perilous, Hurt Locker, My Shell, and Wreckage. If you're not familiar, most of them came through the mapping contest stream. Not stream, rather competition. And they seem to be quite good indeed.
I'm going to be honest with you. I have very limited understanding of any of these maps, but at least I know how the ban order works. So that's all that really matters,
You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. The ban order is drop, pick, drop. Except there's only 5 maps. So it's just drop, pick, remainder. I'm on the ball. Definitely didn't make a mistake there. Definitely.
No, never wouldn't happen.
Not I. Got another man. It's oh yeah, we should also talk about the foreign language streams. If you are French or indeed German or indeed Russian, you probably want to get yourself over to either the 102 channel, the essentially the Deathmatch TV channel. There's also Diabotical, as in German Diabotical, and Diabotical_France. If you want to hear some different languages and different casters and whatever else. So this next match, Limo versus See You in Chat, Abchamo List versus Scraws and Liths. Liths, one of the most storied players in Diabotical teams, did very well in all of the test tournament series, both with Proof, Swan Song, and previously they were Animal Squad. Or am I thinking of a different team? Anyway, Liths did very well. Got top 3 in every event, top 2 in 2 out of the 3, I believe. And Scraws, who is probably the best female aimer in Diabotical, has won every Girls' House event she's entered, as far as I'm aware. Absolutely brutal with hit scan especially. But we're up against Abchamo and List, who I'm familiar with both of them. They play a hell of a lot. And there's a decent chance they'll be able to take this, even though they are against what I would say are more revered names.
I'm going to take your word for it. I'm just looking for good games, I'm just looking for good games, good fun, good happiness here, It's sunshine. It's Sunday, the sun's shining. I'm inside, there's video games going on. What more could you ask for,
What more could you ask for? Perhaps a sponsor from Fiji Catalan. I've recently discovered the Fiji Catalan Limon. I got to say, it's the finest sparkling water I've ever had. It's going to be a recurring segment on this stream. Once again, that is Fiji Catalan Limon.
And imagine how much you'll shill it when you're actually getting paid for it,
I mean, you're not wrong. I'm going to shill it a hell of a lot. So we're going to be going to Icefall, followed by Hurt Locker. And the remainder is, of course,
My
the
Shell.
other one that I've forgotten the name. My Shell.
Yeah, My Shell.
All right. Let's get it on once we have a server. And yeah, this is going to be it. It's going to be very interesting. We've got, I believe, 8th seed versus 9th seed to start with, which is about as good as it gets. So, very promising indeed. And it looks like we're going to go Frankfurt. I like it. And here we go.
Just admiring the beautiful pick and ban graphics we got going on as well, you know?
Oh, shout outs to my man, Arch Rhythm. What a guy. I did his job for him yesterday, and I got to say, I've never had less respect. It was easy. No, it was only easy because he set me up for success. No, he always does a fantastic job. Very glad to have him. And yeah, he'll be pushing the buttons throughout today as we do this whole talking about video games thing that we are want to do. So we are on Icefall. This was a map used for Extinction, and I guess currently used for TDM as well, and is certainly used for 2v2 TDM. It does seem a little large, a little cavernous for a 2v2. Quite, I don't know, there's a few older like 2v2 Quake Live maps and some Quake World maps even that are similarly sized. It gives you a slightly different dynamic, less intense, but perhaps a little bit more, you know, what would be the word? It's a little bit more cerebral, I guess, and more timing oriented. Vindicator is the only power up in 2v2 as far as I'm aware, and we'll be seeing lots of emphasis placed on that. Of course, it does provide triple damage, which, hey, doing triple the damage is pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like that's super handy. Obviously, you know, my most recent experience in terms of casting Diabotical was the big old cup from a little bit ago, where we obviously saw this map quite a bit, but like it was, you know, pretty common all throughout that. You know, one guy picks up the Vindicator, and what you see is just a bloodbath for the next however long. And I can only imagine in TDM, it is just like, yeah, super important to keep track of all the timing. Make sure you can keep that positioning. Because if you could just rack up some easy frags, I feel like that's going to be pretty useful.
Absolutely. It's the name of the game.
There's one thing I love. It's easy frags, you know?
Sadly, I've never got an easy frag in my life. As soon as someone makes it easy, I choke horribly. But here we are on board with Scraws. I told you, she has the most phenomenal hit scan. Maybe in the game, I mean, definitely up there among the all-women competition, head and shoulders above. Absolutely incredible stuff. And she's paired up with Lifts. On paper, I think this is an incredibly strong team. I don't know how much they've been scrimming, if at all. I know that Scrolls has been not super into Diabotical recently, but still, so much firepower on this team. Immediately, we're going to see a trade 1-1 as Scrolls looks to defend the first and second red. Now, you're going to see her emphasize the shaft a lot. And I wouldn't be surprised even if we see people denying shaft, if we see pickups just for ammo. That side of the map in general, I want to say, is a little bit stronger in 2v2. It's got a better vantage for the power-up as well, which is spawning in 5.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. More frags going their way as well. Squad's going to be picking up this Vindicator. Good old position. This is where you can see a little bit of the old hunt going down. Easy frags. Eve can just keep themselves positioned. Not super healthy, but...
List has done very well for himself there, and he's going to pick up the Vindicator. I forgot there was drop quad in there. What a shame. It's all right. List, yeah, it did fabulously there. 2 great rockets. Is going to use that power up now. It's a great effect. Going to get the pincer off on List. Chamo almost takes him down, but actually List playing quite aggressive here. A little bit cheeky for someone on 21 HP to be pushing forward with that pincer, waiting for the tele exit. You can see that with this amount of HP, his options are so limited. He can have a look with the pincer, but that's about it.
Yeah, a lot of standing ground, a lot of long range fighters who can get themselves in a little bit of a healthier position. Oh, or just meet the spawn queue. Let's picking up that easy frag source as well on this massive low ground. That's not going to be happening, mate. Not at all.
No, not even a little. 8-4 then. A great start already for Limo. 5 seconds till the mega. Looks like List is going to set up nice and early for that. And it's a very easy, convenient pickup for him. Over to the red now. Playing the items, playing the ABCs, and doing it well. List on a big stack. A bigger stack than you'll typically see in a 2v2 game. You can see Scores and List just no control of the mid at the moment. Not really able to do much, and his List from range.
Yeah, it's a nice little spawn though. Possibly a little 2v2 actually going on, but they're just hitting it. Vindicator up again on List. This is momentum, I feel.
Yeah, absolutely. And List with power up 250 armor as well. So strong. And like you were saying earlier, this is the hunt for the easy frags. This is List just pushing forward. Just wants to put eggs on his screen and then take them off it again. List does okay though with the rocket. The Vindicator is over, but you're still just liking the position right now for Limo. Lifts even. Scrolls as well. Gonna fall. 15-7. This is a little bit brutal so far, I must say. I was expecting different. Scrolls with a ridiculous flick, though, I can only imagine. With the Mega in hand, now going to be pushing forward. List chimes in. 15-9, a healthier score for these last couple of frags.
Yeah, it's very, very possible. You know, all you need is just things to go just a little bit the other way. Suddenly, see you in chat could be getting a little bit of momentum here. Yep, picking up another frag. Keeping things working in their favor. They can get themselves some fat stacks. That's going to be where they start looking good, you know?
Yeah. And also, when you've got players of this caliber, and I would say they're players of this caliber in the sense of like their mechanical skill more so than anything else. The games can be quite volatile because getting frags isn't that difficult for them once they're set up to do it. And so we can see that scoreboard go one way or the other rather quickly indeed. Scrolls thinking about the red hit. Going to be setting up in this room, of course. 7 seconds till red. 10 seconds after that is going to be Vindicator, and Scrolls will be the most stacked person on the map by some margin. If she can get on the Vindicator, that could spell doom for this 4-frag lead that Limo currently has.
Yeah, I don't think there's many things that'd be scary. Yeah, easy. Easy
Very.
Vindicator, easy frag there as well. There is now just the absolute hulking beast that is Scrolls. Just anywhere you want to go on the map, you just go for it.
Pretty much. And the only thing you can't do with the Vindy is, of course, RJ, though you'd love to. But that might be a bit too powerful.
There are limits, you know. There's got to be.
Oh my god, this just survived a triple pincer. That's pretty... That would tilt me. Honestly, every time you hit someone with a quad and they don't die, you're like, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that. And look at Chamo. Oh god, he's playing so annoyingly with that telly, and List comes in to clean up. Bros didn't know where to look, and that was a very underwhelming Vindy run. I think all that came out of it was a single pincer.
Yeah, single pincer, don't even get the frag, and then suddenly it's like, oh, I'm on the massive low ground. I really thought I could do more there.
Intelligent play from List and Abchamo, just, you know, with the more limited stack, but playing the angles beautifully and playing as a team. Right? 17-5 though, anybody's game. As we have just reached the halfway mark. This is Diabotical TDM, which means if there are... wait, how about, does it work like this in 2v2? We're going to find out. Basically, in regular TDM and Diabotical, if you're within 10 frags after the 12 minutes, you play next to like 10 more than the winning team's current score. So let's say it was 57-47. We would then play first to 67 after 12 minutes. I cannot remember if that's how 2v2 works, but we will find out at some point today as we have a very even game on our hands at 16-17. And for the first time, a lead for CU and Chat.
It's nice. Even more of a lead now. Looking towards that Vindicator as well. This is going to be picking it up. Not very healthy at all, though. Can't really go on that hunt, you know. Oh, I take that back. The rail gets hit. All right, all right. Still. Little bit scary to give it up, but going to pick up the armor, so looking that little bit more energetic, you know.
Yeah, just a little bit. You can see Liths was hungry for that one. 22-16. You're seeing a reversal of fortunes here. And a lot of that's been to do with lifts being so efficient with the stacks that he's had in this last couple of minutes. We go quiet, and this will happen on Icefall, being a larger map. Liss gets the call from Scraws to drop. Deals with Chamo very swiftly, and Scraws takes down Liss to herself. 26 to 17. What has happened from that? It was a 17 to 8 lead, I believe it was.
Yeah, like, it doesn't really... Well, I want to say it doesn't make a lot of sense, but honestly, Liz is doing so much work. Like, they're just getting so much momentum. Even, like, the random little scrappy fights just seem to be going their way as is. And in fact, if you can win little scrappy fights where it's basically equal or about as much as makes sense, it can be so huge for just, you know, getting that position, getting those items again. Tiny little bits, you know, but it's working out super well.
Even in the 1v2, Liss almost took down Chamo. Okay, opportunity knocks here though. Vindy for Liss, surely. The rockets come raining in. Can he hold his own? He will just about survive and picks it up. Now he's got to scrounge for some health. Those red is up, but without any HP, he's not going to be able to use it much. He's going to go to these 225s, and this is very intelligent because it's also near the Mega. You know the enemy's going to be around. He has to hit his shots, though. And so far, it's Liss getting the better of him. Scraws actually the one that finishes him off and collects the Vindy, and that's bad news for Limo.
Oh, no, it does. It just gets traded out again and again. You see Liss pick it up again. Rail's going to be taken down, Liss, so have a little bit of control, but that's all gone for that. This is getting really back and forth again. Still got that bit of a lead for CU in chat, though. So they're still fairly happy.
Okay, 2 minutes to remain. This is sort of the point where Limo really needs to step up a gear if they are to take this. And it's going to be hard. Scraws and Liss, I believe, have the luxury of playing very passively if they want to and trying to hold on to a 6 frag lead. But as you saw there, it can backfire. And that's 2 easy frags when they weren't really going for anything on the map. They weren't threatening to get a lead themselves. They were just trying to stop hemorrhaging. And look, they're ghosting right now. Scraws will take down Chamo though, you can see, yeah. Liss and Scraws very much just staying together, trusting in their firepower. A minute left to hold on to this lead. It shouldn't be that difficult. Vindy is coming up, and that could be their undoing if they don't challenge for this tool, and they don't. We're going to have to switch over to Chamo now. On the Vindy. He's got a shaft. Opportunity now. Oh, what a bad miss. Oh, the knockback increased on that shotgun a couple of months ago. Used full effect there. 6 frags to make up in 20 seconds, or indeed the special TDM rule that I can't remember if this works in 2v2. Either way, it's a commanding lead, and I feel like CU in chat should be feeling very confident indeed.
Dude, Scrolls is hitting some nutty rails right now.
Yeah, her aim is unreal.
Victory.
And there is no special TDM rule. I was correct. And you love to see that. It's not every day I'm correct about something.
No, shout out, you know, shout out. I respect it.
All right, we go to Hurt Locker then. This is one of the new maps. So people's familiarity with it is going to vary a lot. And if we're going to see real blowouts, it's going to be on these newer maps. where some teams, having actively scrimmed a lot, are going to know them very well, and other teams that perhaps have been a little bit busy are going to be learning on the fly here, and that could be tricky.
Definitely makes sense. Anytime, you know, in any game, when you map enters a pool, it's always gonna be a little bit of a wild card. There's always, you know, a couple thoughts of like, you know, do you stick with what you know a little bit, or do you like hard focus a new map? Because sometimes that can be where all like the big upsets happen. You know, you just
Yeah.
you pick one of those new maps, you try and bully the other team into at least allowing it, and then suddenly, you know what's up. They don't. They're floundering around. You can get yourself some good games.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few notable examples in esports history. I want to talk about something like Vertigo being added into CSGO about 2 years ago. Just some teams took to it like water and others didn't. In Quake Live, when Elden was released, you had people with some pretty ridiculous win rates on it because it had such a different playstyle to it. But anyway, here we are on Hurt Locker. List will be taking the first frag with my beloved Blaster. And you'd love to see that. Let's see what they can do. Now, I think Scores and Liths, with a lot of their strength, in my opinion, coming from their mechanic, they might struggle here because they're not going to be able to autopilot nearly as well, having played Icefall probably an order of magnitude more than they have Hurt Locker.
Yeah.
It's a nice shot from this.
Yeah, you're just gonna be getting fragged from angles you didn't even know existed at this point. So, got to be a little bit aware. Got to be, you know, possibly trying to learn the map while you play, which is always a fun experience.
I've been there many a time. I have just got the word from our producer, a little reminder of something we can do today, and I think the timing's good for it as Liths on this power. If we could go to the comms of Listen Scrolls.
One on the blue, one on the blue. There's still blue.
Hit the red, I'm set.
Okay.
Damn.
Red 48.
I got mega now. 0.
Tele exit.
The blue's up, take the blue.
Yeah.
I'm just going to red. One on. He's on window.
Oh. They're both there, they're both there.
Okay. LG.
Red.
Yeah. They're both like playing LG area. Water area.
Heaven, they're on me.
Okay. One water, so it's 1v1.
Ah, kill him.
There goes-
I mean, window, I think.
Above us on code. Just play for red. One on LG, yeah, red.
Red
Window on
43.
LG. List is weak on window. You took a lot. Nice.
Blue is up, I think. Still. At red.
I'm very
at
weak. I
Diabotical.
can't really do anything. He's below. I railed him. They just got red. 0-8. One on blue. He took 100 on blue. I'm gonna.
He's low,
get
he's
mega.
low.
I got mega.
Got him.
And just set up for core.
Yeah, I'm coming there.
One's on the rocket stairs.
He failed to jump.
They're both gonna. Behind you. He's on stone. And red's
Nice,
gonna be
red.
soon.
One at rail, I think. He's at blue.
He took 150. He's on the rail again.
Where's the red?
He's. He probably got it. He's on blue.
They went mega. They're running from me.
Well. Expected.
Mega. One
I'm just
divide.
on red. I'm getting red now. I'm getting red now.
Go,
58.
Go. One will be from heaven, I think.
I'm taking blue as well. So rotate the red and the blue.
Okay.
58.
Two at stone. I don't have rail anymore.
Don't give this position though. 58 red. We need it. Okay, he's fucking.
One
jumping there.
very low, and one is at window now.
Like the red. The blue's out.
Window. I'm gonna go for Mega.
I got the
43.
blue. Just set up for next red.
And we are back, having just heard from Liths and Scraws that sound like a pretty well-oiled machine.
Yeah, I was impressed. There was, you know, some strong moments, some a little bit weaker moments, but cool, calm, collected the whole way, and especially after a first map which started off a little bit rough. Second map's obviously looking much better for them, but yeah, they are just like so calm with how they're playing this.
Yeah, I think maybe I've done them a bit of a disservice not talking about their preparation as much. Obviously I don't really know, but I sort of guessed they hadn't played much. But no, they know this map. They know each other's styles. They know what they're doing in a big way. What has List got to say about it without Vindy? Nothing. And it Scraws once again on the power up, and we've seen how deadly she is on all weapons, but especially with this Vindicator in hand.
Yeah, absolute just
Bang.
tank.
I liked it when she said, "They're running from me." It's like, oh yeah, because you're terrifying.
That's exactly what I would do.
And yeah, she tends not to miss pins, as a rule.
I can only imagine. I can only imagine what that must feel like.
Mate, I don't understand. Being good at things has got to be cool. One day I'll, you know, get someone to tell me what it feels like. But for now, we'll forever
Kind of mad.
be a miss.
It's just kind of mad to see in chat, like halfway through the timer, 20 for 7.
It's a bit of a blowout for the 8th versus 9th seed.
Yeah.
Hopefully not a sign of things to come, but you know, it's arena FPS. Blowouts happen even among pretty balanced teams. Arena FPS, where the first seed of a dual tournament is only lost once in like 2 years. Good stuff.
Again, you know, this is just what happens when you're good, you know? When you're good, you're consistently good.
Look at it. I feel like we haven't switched off Scraws' POV in forever. She's going to be on for the hundo. Let's go.
Incoming Vindicator.
Now, we love to see a hundo equally. It's one of our favorite things in Diabotical. Oh, for the love of Christ. Never. They never hit the hundo.
Vindicator.
List on the power up. Okay, this is... I mean, I'm going to be hopeful to say this is an opportunity, but this is about as good as it gets. Really. A clean power up, 200 health. List with it all to do. And only, what, another 15 seconds to do it in. Not finding anything with this power up.
Not even someone to shoot at this point. This is just dancing, prancing, trying to find anything finally, but power up's gone, mate. Just one of them regular fights, you know, good height, so we'll be getting a frag, but from all that, I don't know, you just don't have enough time left in the game to have too many more of those.
Really don't. List does well to take down Scrolls there, but 14 frags down, 4 minutes to make it up, and Liths is putting salt in the wound. Look at him go. Liths is pretty arguably one of the absolute best Team Diabotical players that there's been. Was fantastic in all of those grand finals he was in versus Tuzi. Never came out on top. As far as I'm aware, Tuzi never dropped a series in the Diabotical Teams tournaments, but the person that took him closest was Liths alongside Dust Driver and FaZe. So yeah, he's got proper pedigree, and it's not a surprise to see him do this well. Nice little skeet shoot there from List, but falls immediately after. And with 3 minutes remaining, even with Chamo on the power up, I don't know if this is...
You would need something pretty catastrophic here from C in chat. They'd have to, you know. And I feel like they're firmly just not interested.
Yeah.
Nice start though.
Yeah,
If it was to go that way.
Scraws is just about living, and so is Chamo. I can't believe neither of them are dead right now. Oh. You can do it, Chamo. You can do it. You can't do it. He's done it. A lot of different emotions in that little sequence there for me. One minute and 40 seconds. I think this one's done, my friend. That's okay. Wasn't the result that we cared about. It was the journey along the way.
Yeah, you know. There's still, you know, just under 80 seconds left. There's still time to make some good plays. Someone hit an air shot. That's what I want. Always a classic in what they call a dead time in the order tier 2. Someone hit a crazy air shot.
Nice. A MIDI, if you will. If you're from Australia. Do TF2 Australian players call them middies as well, or is that
They
equated?
do call them middies.
Fantastic. And are all of the calls of the maps diggity, or is that a Counter-Strike thing?
I've never heard it. They have some very interesting language in most other things.
That's also true.
I don't know. Map calls, I think they just tend to be a little bit normal, you know? Boring.
Come on, Aziz. Come on. You're supposed to be the clown prince of esport.
30 seconds remaining.
Alright. Brutal last little 13 seconds now. See some more frags. Let's see some more carnage. Let's see Litz just, you know, rack some more up onto the old score sheet. But after these brutal 12 minutes, that is going to be all she wrote.
Victory.
Very nice.
Murder, she wrote. What a series, eh?
I'm not in my 90s. I've never watched it. I'm sorry.
You've never watched Murder, She Wrote?
Never. Not even once.
I can't. You're insane. So, that is our first series of the day in the books. Congratulations to Lift and Scrolls for taking it 2-0. Very strong play indeed. And now we're going into what should be a bit of a belter. It's going to be Baka versus Ownerman. Ownerman, two of the finest aimers in all of Diabotical, Pols and Skooky. And Baka, Karvik, and Backstein, probably number 2 and number 3 EU jeweler at the moment. That's a hell of a lineup.
I'm going to trust entirely your little bit of background knowledge here.
So you should.
Is that, well, as of course, I wouldn't dare question you. You know, I wouldn't dare question you, but be interesting to see exactly what happens. Like, once one team gets that little bit of an advantage, you know, it's never easy to be on the back foot and try and kind of push things forward, especially because, you know, it's very, very punishing when you try and force an issue but don't really have a great position to, or, you know, the timing doesn't work out. Always like to see those little kind of tests of these players. You know, they can be individually incredibly good, but, you know, when you start finding yourselves in a slightly disadvantageous position, suddenly you get really kind of pushed to the limit, you know?
Right. Yeah, that's very interesting for these two teams because we know individually each of them is so incredibly good. Skooky has got top 3 in the TTS before Poles was a finalist, and then top 4, and then top 3. Karvik, the only person to win a European duel tournament that Agent was in, that isn't called Agent. And Backstein gave us a fantastic display yesterday versus Agent. I mean, every single one of these players has the potential to pop off, to go absolutely nuclear. I'm expecting the Vindicator runs to be something quite special. How they, how cohesive they are as a team is yet to be seen, but I've got a lot of faith in all of them. We're going to be going to Perilous first of all. That is the pick of Baka. We are then following that up with Hurt Locker. And then our third and final map, should we get there, is going to be Icefall.
I'm down with that. I'm not going to complain. I'm just, all right. I'm just, catching up with the chat, seeing exactly what's been going on. All right, that makes sense. It's all very new to me having these systems where you just join it and it makes sense, and no one's got it broken. Oof.
No plugins, no third-party website.
No tiny little French boy making your game work for you.
No, I don't even know what that
Exactly
means.
It's exactly what we have.
A tiny French boy.
We have a tiny French boy who makes our game work for us. Shout out to Tweaky. That's his name.
Shout out to Team Fortress 2, where you took a Quake character and split them into 9 more limited characters. Beautiful.
Because our tiny brain couldn't handle it, you need to split it.
You couldn't do all of the Quake at once. You're like, no, one weapon and movement system at a time, please.
Have mercy.
Okay, here we go then. It's Karvik and Backstein Baka versus Poles and Skooky. That is Owner Man. What a name.
Maybe they can be owning, man.
I'm expecting big things. Void Cannon is now on this map, and we also got a power-up added, which is fantastic. We had a bit of a rule about the maps in this tournament. They had to have a power-up for 2v2, and Perilous didn't. So we got it fixed, and everybody at the Good Studio is very welcome. I've not got an ego on me.
No.
Nothing of the sort. All right, 4-1 already. Skooky, I know I was bigging up Scrawls as being one of the best aimers. Absolutely the case. Skooky also right up there. This guy, he's played some Kovacs. He's played some aim gods. He's played probably other things as well. And he's very, very ridiculous. And it's going to be the Vindy on Backstein, though, and he's going to push forward. Takes down Skooky, turns around, MG in hand, and says bye-bye to Poles, 6-4, but you don't mind this position for Baka. Not one bit.
No, not at all. Shows you that, 5 frag deficit. Almost starts moving the other direction. We do see... Let's pick it up 1. He should be running out any second now. And Backstein still going to be picking up Skooky, though, which is very nice.
Backstein still with all of this stat, waiting for Poles on the exit. Should do well here. Void Cannon threatening, but didn't do much in the end. Red for Skooky, though. He's got a big stack, one large enough to fight up against Backstein. And here we go. Clash of the Titans. Karvik, though, going to play spoiler. This is a high-level 2v2 we're seeing right now. Each player having to be incredibly clutch to stay alive, because they're all so lethal. All of them can do so much damage in such a short period of time. They have that awareness, and it's across all weapons as well. Poles chiming in, Skooky as well. We go back and forth, back and forth. Look at this. Just doesn't miss.
That's it. What do you do in a server with 4 players, none of which you miss?
Yeah, it's a different ball game at that point, isn't it? I mean, look at this. Just brutal on the pickup. Feels like they're all making good decisions almost all of the time, except they're also all hitting all of the time, and it is a little bit chaotic as a result. Look at Skooky. He has to shoot the Void Cannon, saves himself from it. Now pushing in as the power-up is about to spawn. Karvik claims it, but not for long. Backstein tries to pick it up too, but Skooky's there backing onto Omega. This is a great moment for Onaman.
Crispy rails. What is this?
Ah!
Oh my! What?
They don't miss. This is really some of the highest level Diabotical I think I've seen.
You know, man's like 20 meters around a corner. It's like, nah, don't worry, we got it.
Yeah.
Hit
just
every
gonna
shot.
Do a crazy flip. Why not? Yeah, Skooky, he started Arena FPS, I think, like a year ago. He's this young Italian kid, and he's just like a zoomer in all of the best ways in terms of how he plays. Ridiculous aim. And Pulse and Skooky are running away with this. And look, that is so impressive because Backstein and Karvik, for me, were like probably number 2, number 3 favorite. I mean, 102's in this tournament, D-Slap's in this tournament. But I thought Back would be right up there. And so far, so good for Onaman. Of course, Pulse and Skooky, hugely storied in their own right. But yeah, this is quite something. But we are seeing some life left in Backer as Backstein picks up the red. And Karvik here to protect him for what will be the upcoming power-up. I would imagine they'll emphasize YA room early. And yeah, Karvik doing Karvik things.
Don't want to ruin it too much. But I really want to... Oh my god, it's ridiculous. I was going to say I want to bring forward the idea of Backstein's back all right.
Yeah, it's a thing.
I knew it would be a thing.
Tell me why.
Tell me why.
Power
Shame,
up.
you know,
And Pulse.
Skooky and Pulse. Just too good.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, the more I think about this team's actually a bit ridiculous. Because Pulse, hugely impressive throughout Diabotical's history. Skooky has had some good results, but has always looked better than his results, if you know what I mean. Like, the eye test tells you this guy should be winning every tournament. So, and apparently he's much better in practice than he is in tournament as well. So, as with a lot of young players, I guess, has that latent potential that we can all see. And it's just waiting for it to unlock. Backstein hitting a couple. 28-17, I think doable with a decent power-up run. And Karvik and Backstein absolutely have it in them to go toe-to-toe with Pulse and Skooky. I tell you what we should do. Let's listen in with the comms of Backer, please.
Okay, 50, going to rail. Need rail.
Yellow. Good tech.
Okay, Mega, taking high ground. Both high ground. Ah.
$15 red.
15, yeah. Okay. Not so stacked for Vinny. Yeah, 1 HP. They got.
They got, okay. Fuck us.
15 the reds. 41 I got.
I'm hiding.
Yeah. I think on red. I think on rail. Red now?
Come in.
Okay, 7.
Yellow.
Rail Skooky. Rail Skooky again.
Red.
And let's play that. 33 next red.
Above rain.
Okay. Okay, I'll take red. 58. We need mega timing. Okay, we can get powered up. They already try to play for it.
Incoming Vindicator.
Ah, okay, I'm weak. The red is now.
Enemy Vindicator.
They got again 28. Should be red. I got mega 44. On blue. $48 reds.
There we go. Backstein and Karvik struggling a little bit here, up against what just looks like a nightmare to play again.
Yeah, like it didn't even seem like they were, they weren't devoid of ideas. They were just trying to get in a position where they could take some equal fights, but it's just so punishing.
Like, look, I'm watching Backstein's POV. Everywhere he goes, he's being shot in the back. There's preemptive shot ahead of him. Skooky just hunting him down. Skooky on the 72% pincer, I would like to point out. 72. It's honestly way more of a surprise when he misses one than when he hits one.
This is it. This is how I would feel if I was Backstein and Karvik right now. If I saw a pincer not hit me, I'd just be like, "What's going on? Is he lagging?"
Yeah. And you can see Backstein and Karvik are no slouches mechanically. Both very capable, very smart players as well. But yeah, look. I'm gonna press tab and have a look at these damages. It's Skooky on 5.1k. 5.2 now. The closest person in the server is Backstein on 4.6.
Incoming Vindicator.
Absolutely.
And if I can't remember Skooky having the Vindy either. I think his stats are the opposite of padded. He's on it now. Let's see some fun frags. Of course, having the Vindicator does make you miss almost everything. It's just how.
You hit everything for 11 minutes straight, and then the second you get Vindy, you're just like, "Oh, I've forgotten." All right, yeah, we get one. 1 in 3. That's all right.
I bring this up on almost every stream, but I think it's very funny, so I'm gonna do it again. Do you ever just worry you'll never hit another shot? Like you miss 3 in a row or something, you're like, "Oh, hang about, maybe I hit my last ever rail. Maybe it's never happening again."
They have that thing of, you don't remember the last time you pick up your child or something.
Yeah.
For you, it's just, you never realize the last time you'll hit a rail. Is this it?
I'm hoping it's no time soon, but I'm worried.
Victory.
What if I never hit another rail? GG, and a GG it was. Great play all round, but Skooky and Pulse looking that bit better. What a terrifying.
The thing is, there's opportunity still. You've got the mechanical play, you've got the team play. Maps do come into it as well. Hashtag new map, hashtag new me. That is a thing potentially for Backstein and Karvik. I'd hope so.
Yeah,
just for their egos,
They're both very accomplished in their own right as well. So I don't think they're going to mentally crumble here. They know they're still in this series and they're going to play like it. Backstein especially, I casted a duel tournament yesterday and he's up against Agent. And he took it to a third map, and in that third map he took it close as well. And he never gave up. Where a lot of people just crumble versus Agent after a certain point, Backstein has that self-belief and also just a good mentality.
Yeah. It's genuinely something to be said a lot, especially in very, very competitive and very punishing esports. Having the mental resilience is super important.
I mean, you got to have it to practice every day to get good enough to get into the position where it matters in tournament as well. You know,
Yeah.
And I would say there's a lot of players, and I won't name names, but it's honestly really frustrating watching them because it's like you are so gifted, your talent is there, and you just cannot get your head together. Couldn't be me.
Vindicator.
No. Well, you said it was talented, wasn't it? So
Exactly, yes. Could not be me. Holds on this power up. It does make you miss everything though. Sometimes I almost wonder if it's better to just not pick them up. Because look at it. Backstein's never missed 2 pincers in a row. Never. Finally. There we go. And he's going to get a mega. Okay.
that's a classic, you know. They always say, you know, Baxi never misses 5 pincers in a row with the Vindy, you know. 4's the hard limit. That's how the game's balanced.
Karvik's going to collect, make it a double. 4-6, looking pretty competitive, and I think for the first time in this series, Baka have a lead.
Not quite the 20 frag lead we saw, but you know, there's a lot of time left in the game. Only 2 minutes elapsed. A lot to play with. Can't become complacent.
No way does Skooky get this frag. No way. What? Ah. I'd be so tilted. That was awful. How did he hit so much point blank MG? Why was he even using MG when he has a shaft? The mysteries. They're endless.
Oh no. This is suddenly the start of the Paws and Cookie story all over again. You know, took a second to warm up, and now they're playing that game where they're just everywhere at the same time.
Yep, they are. And also, I don't know if we've mentioned this yet, but they don't miss. They just don't. Like, for instance, you see that shot? Didn't miss. Apart from with the Vindy. There we go.
Different rules apply, though, you know.
It is so cursed. It's so cursed. Indie players just, they don't get to play the they don't get to enjoy the video.
It's like there's a coin cost, you know. The second you pick it up, it's
A
either you
coin
get
toss.
a coin. Oh, man. Coin toss, coin toss. It's early, mate. Give me a break. Toink. My mental resilience is not there.
It's gone. It's over for him. Get yourself a weapons grade coffee when we go to break. Where would Tim Conlon be without coffee? Truly nowhere. Karvik, apparently trying to join FaZe Clan. Did a double 180 no scope with the rocket. You love to see it.
I was assuming that was just like the moonwalk approach, new aiming style, innit?
Ooh, yeah. This is such an even game, and we're once again just in that sort of rhythm where everyone's hitting everything, and it's just constant death.
Team Vindicator.
Skooky on the power up. Hasn't got a shaft or a pincer, which is a little bit awkward. Gonna be on the mega though. MG is also fine with Vindy, but gets the shaft. Once again, a boring Vindy run. Should probably stop spectating them, honestly, because that's like a double curse.
That is true. Classic caster's curse.
Oh, Backstein with the blaster. I love it. Only a 4 frag difference here at the halfway mark. Very much in reach, and Backstein does well that life. That's a huge amount of value.
Trying to think of the last time there was like, you know, just a clear fight with this. So much just trading back and forth.
Yeah, and that favors the team in the lead, right? But it does feel shaky, this 4 frag lead. Don't put too much stock in it. Especially as Karvik's going to get a freebie on Pulse. No Mega power up clash. So that's interesting. We're going to have to see how they navigate that. And it's going to be red just a few seconds after. So we're going to see a whole lot of powerful stuff on the map. Karvik hits the hundo.
Oh.
Can't hit a follow-up though. And Skooky on 7 HP. Nearly gets away to that 50. Not quite going to be the case. So it's Vindy in 4, Mega in 3, Red in 5. There it is. The power up for Backstein. Not a huge stack on him, but Karvik's here to bail him out and cover his tracks. That's Backstein over to the red.
I was a little bit terrified there, you know? Wanted to see a little bit more, but yeah. Actually not quite able to get all the items they need. Skucky on the flank. Not going to happen, but wasted that time, you know? So, Vindy's all gone.
Certainly is. Only a 1 frag advantage, though, for Owner Man. Who have, can we just say, a terrible team name.
I don't know. Owner Man.
You got any
Owner Man,
good team names that you've played for?
Not Dead Doggo, best team name in esports.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. I've heard you even have hats.
Hats, t-shirts, hoodies, sweatpants.
Where do I purchase these things?
You can't. They're all limited run, mate.
God,
All of them. Elitism in esports, you know what I'm saying?
disgusting.
One day they'll go public.
When TF2 finally makes it mainstream after 15 years.
Oh, we got a dirt team as well. Dirt rally, mate.
Oh,
Don't you worry
really?
about that. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Good game, our Dirt Rally.
Anyway, well, you know. Well,
Yeah,
I'm just,
Karvik and
famously
Backstein
killing.
just have been winning, apparently. See, we couldn't curse them because we weren't talking about them.
Vindicator.
That's smart.
Vindicator.
And Karvik's there to pick up the pieces. Looking a little bit dire right now for Owner Man.
Yeah, this is pretty solid. How we went from like the 6 frag disadvantage, suddenly 9 advantage. God, picking up both those as well. We'll be
He does
getting
well
big.
there. Even then, look at how much damage Pulse did with his MG. And it means that Skooky can win that next. Hugely, hugely important if this game really closer. Unfortunately, I'm starting to believe we're going to a third map.
Yeah, this is so huge. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. 13 frag advantage. Considering how it started, how that entire middle game went, suddenly for the end to be pretty dominating. Not impossible. They would need some absolute insane runs though.
And so far, it's not happening. 37 to 47, 10 frags to make up. Skooky here. Up against Karvik, but the high ground's a little bit much, isn't it? Going through the tally now. We'll get the frag, but it's a Pyrrhic victory, and they're not making up the frags quick enough. Even if they get good trades at the moment, it's about how good are the trades, not just the fact that, you know, they're not negative.
Yep, timer becomes the biggest enemy. You do see Vinny on pulse, not much health though. Absolute glass cannon right now. Doesn't really have time to waste either.
.40 seconds to go. This is going to be tremendously hard. Yeah, you can already see the delay tactics coming out from Karvik and Backstein playing around these tellies. And Poles has to stop for health. Karvik going to put a frag on the board and backing up here with Backstein. Looking for the 2v1. Poles comes up the jump pad. Karvik misses his pincer, and you wouldn't have expected that, but he hits the rockets. And with 15 seconds to go, I'm going to call this one. We are going to a third map.
That was super, super nice. I love seeing that kind of comeback. That was such a sick, like, mid-game. Obviously, you know, by the end, they could kind of stalemate it out and almost just kind of, you know, play nice and chill, make sure they didn't throw any frags. But that entire middle section was super, super well played.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Game starts in 3, 2.
Here we go then on Icefall. And we're going to have to see one of these teams come out on top here. You like the team that won the most recent map, I think, you know, for the sake of momentum, for the sake of mental fortitude. But I still think, actually, the more impressive team overall has been Onoman.
Definitely feels like at any moment they can just pull out magic and make things work so well. You know, sometimes it doesn't always go perfectly, but they have the potential, definitely. Always.
Quiet start. Backstein with that slow weeble hits to pincer after the rocket. Gonna spam the telly, exit, and now think about how he wants to approach this Vindicator. Karvik goes in like a bull in a china shop, takes down Poles. What in the world was that? That was prime Karvik stuff. The sort of thing he does in duel, but Skooky doubles up. Karvik's here to make it interesting. On the Vindy himself, can't hit the shot. 50 bubble is there, though. And he should now be able to make his way over this Mega and defend it. Skooky hits one pincer, needed a second as well. But you can see that has complicated things as Karvik backs off to the 225s. Mega over to Poles. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was. It didn't matter.
You know, sometimes it just be that way.
But it's both major items have gone the way of Onoman. Getting cagey now.
Oh, that's
I tell
nice.
you.
That's a very nice fight to win just there. Such a
Skooky
nice
does
position to
not.
get in.
Just, it's not in his nature to me. Apart from then, and then. Doesn't matter. He's going to bail himself out with some more ridiculous shots because of course he is Skooky. Oh, diff! Christ on a bike.
That's so demoralizing to play against.
Yeah, that's depressing. A hundo. Okay, he misses one. He misses another. Somehow he's dodging everything. Ridiculous play from Skooky.
Vindicator.
Ridiculous. 17-9. This is looking a little bit reminiscent of the last two maps, at least how they started, if not how they ended.
It's like playing with fire, though, you know? If at any point they stop hitting every single shot, I don't know if they can play that same kind of way. But for as long as they do, it's brutal. It's such a dominating fashion to win these fights.
Karvik and Backstein, what are you going to do? What's the answer? What's the idea? They're going to hold up in red. Trying to stop Poles getting through the narrow doorway, and they will take him down. Karvik now in a fight up against Skooky. Backstein's going to intervene. And okay. Couple of frags and the red. It's a good look for backup. They've just set themselves up nicely for that red and then parlayed that into the mega. Now, the second red, and it's on Skooky. And Poles is here, gonna take down Backstein, and by some margin now, Skooky is the biggest player on the map. And we've seen what he can do with no health. What do you think happens when you give him a red?
Too much. I would argue probably too much. They do want to go and force that fight, though. Do you manage to
He
take
still
him down?
gets one. He still gets one in the 2v1, though. Like, that's ridiculous. Karvik on the power up. Backstein trying to cover his flank. Karvik does all the work himself, though. Trying to get to the 225s now, I'm sure, but actually going to turn around. And with this Vindy fight, good stuff from Karvik. Ambitious. And only 3 frags separate us. Almost from nowhere. Poles will take Karvik down, so the Vindy run is over for a little bit. But, oh, what? Poles. 42% shaft.
Definitely was a good Vindy run, but the Poles getting those two as well starts to bring this difference up just that little bit more. Just about to hit that halfway mark, so.
Feels like with the power up, Baka is kind of even. But in these lulls between power ups, Skooky and Poles just kind of pull away a little bit. Poles will fall to Karvik though. Mega in 5. And then it's red. And then red will clash with Vindy, which is quite interesting. Red now. And there you can see exactly the clash with the Vindicator. Karvik, with all the armor but no health, can't get out. 4 frags to the good, our owner man. Poles getting a ridiculous pincer, coming in with the shaft, 2 HP. Still, it's good enough.
Continues to be as well. Poles is hitting so much shaft. They'll get taken down, but been doing good work so far. You see Vindy up. Ooh, not much health all around though. Karvik does get it. Picks up a frag.
Getting the red here is huge. He's got the weaponry he needs. Maybe not quite the ammo. Yeah, it's going to pick up another shaft. And now blue armor. Setting himself up for after the Vindy as much as using it. You can see Poles being so annoying there in ice. One frag that separates these two teams. One map apiece. This is... I mean, it's been a fantastic series, and it continues to be one. Karvik now potentially in the 1v2. Rocket out. Goes even with Skooky. Takes him down. Flicks for Poles. And that is heroic stuff.
Oh, that is so sick. That's so sick. And that's what they have to equalize them now. 4 minutes left on the clock. Everything is equal. In terms of frags, at least health. Firmly in the hands of Owner Man.
Oh, but it's 32-32. Backstein's back. It's all right, but Skooky's going to take him down. He was left with so little, and this is going to come down to the wire. 2 frags to the good now for Onaman. Karvik sort of baiting here. Backstein punishes with a shaft, but here's Pulse. More damage. Pincer in the back for Backstein, and Pulse takes him down with the blaster. Not the sort of weapon he would have been expecting there. Looking so good, both teams right now. Karvik pushing him with the shotgun. Surely he's going to take down Pulsar. He will on third ask. Red is his. It's going to be a second. And the Vindy in 10. And I feel like the team that gets a clean Vindy here wins. The weaponry already there for Karvik. Pole's doing a lot of damage, but I'm not sure it's enough. And look at this. Backstein wins his fight too. They're a frag up. They've got the Vindicator. This is the game to lose for Baka. A little bit sloppy there from Karvik, but it's good enough to get the frag and the red.
Literally just one good Vindy run could be everything.
Could be. Really could. And look at him go. And this all goes back to that sick double Karvik had in book.
Yeah.
Everything since then has just gone the way of Baka. They're 4 frags up now. They got the Vindy. They got 2 reds in a row. I believe they got a Mega as well. The last 2 minutes have been all Baka. And look, the fragging ability from Onaman has kept them in this and kept it close, but they've been behind on items for a while now.
It's crazy. It's crazy what a difference one kind of play can make, but can't be overstated. Still.
Oh, and look at this. Poles, no, caught out. Overly aggressive. Skooky goes for the pinch, but Backstein's covering Karvik beautifully. And Karvik at range with this pincer. So frustrating to play against. Gets the info on where Poles is, pushes in, gets that frag as well. It's the Karvik show. Poles finally takes him down and changes our POV. 3 frags up. Vindy and 20 Pulse. Oh, up close. Gets caught by Backstein with the shotgun. He wanted to shoot him before he went in the telly, but was a second too late. And Baka once again in a good position. And that's so important as they are just barely ahead, but it looks like they're going to be ahead enough. And now Karvik gonna barrel in. His Skooky on the parrot, but he's not picking it up. He will eventually. Worried about the spam. Backstein's on it now. Pulse with the MG can't get it done. And 47-41 with 45 seconds remaining. Maybe, just maybe, they'd have had a chance if it weren't for Karvik taking down their quad carrier. Hits a flick as well, and I'm sure we'll see another bang as we say goodbye in the winner's bracket to Onaman. Baka. They come back from a 1-map deficit. Oh! He's done it with the ricochet.
Karvik's actually just nuts. Just activated this game. That's so
bad.
crazy.
I'm going to press tab and have a look at these damages. It's Karvik on 6.5k. His teammate is on 3.7. Let's go, Karvik. What a player.
Yeah, that was like just nothing short of just incredible. Like you said, 1-map deficit in some shaky situations here and there. Like there was a lot to have to deal with, but like so many key moments. Karvik was just pulling them out the bag.
Well, what a series it was. Huge congratulations to Baka. I think that's probably going to be one of the toughest games they have all day. Same goes for Onaman, but well, they've all done a hell of a job and thoroughly entertaining. That was. We are going to go on a small break a little bit, and we'll be back for some more Dreamhack Community Clash 2v2. See you in a moment.
Can you Pull me close and you say you'll never run away. You think that love is a game and that we've gone insane. But what we have is what one spends a lifetime searching for. 'Cause with you I feel amazing, never felt before. But would I be so ashamed from love we're fighting for? I'm standing right at the gates, walking your stairway to heaven. Baby, I'm
Justin, and it ain't gonna work.
Come with us now as we follow Eats Romo in a search for what the hipsters call re-action. Come with us now. Eats Romo in a search for what the hipsters call
Welcome back to TimCon Presents the Dreamhack Community Clash 2v2 TDM Diabotical. Whoa, what a mouthful. We are here once again with Karvik and Backstein. This time, they're going to face Diesler. That's Hennessy and Cook, two of the strongest, youngest, up-and-coming players in the scene. Did a lot in the test tournament series and are probably going to do a lot now as well. Perilous is going to get dropped, as is Wreckage, meaning our 3 maps will be in some order. My Shell, Icefall, and also Hurt Locker. See where we go first. That's up to D-Slap. It's going to be Icefall to begin, followed by come on, drum roll please, Hurt Locker, and then it will be a decider on the other one. My Shell. My Shell. Icefall, Hurt Locker, My Shell. Here we go. What a couple of games we've had already today. And I think this one should be every bit as good as the last. Diesler, a team, usually is a trio that are so strong. And these 2 players in particular, I would say, are the more mechanically gifted of the trio. Up against Backstein and Karvik, we've seen what they're capable of. Even versus Pulse and Skooky, where they went down 1 map, they brought it back. Resilience proven, and their mechanical skill beyond question. What can they do here, though?
Yeah, it will be really interesting to see how it goes, because obviously Karvik was on an absolute high, just like dominating the last part of the last series to bring them out with a big old W. But there has been, like, 10-15 minute break, whatever. There's time for the emotions, the energy to go down. So we'll see if it continues on that fragging potential.
Here we are then. I'm on board with Hennessy, who's going to be looking towards this pincer. He's going to be on the Mega as well. Blue looking very healthy indeed. Up against Karvik though. Karvik has the rockets and gives as good as he gets, but we're 1 to -1 already. Hennessy now fighting up against Backstein, gets a lot of damage done. Cook chimes in to finish that one off. But well, it's a chaotic start as we fight for these second round of items.
Okay, all right, looking pretty decent. Definitely, like I said, a bit more chaotic. We've seen some slower starts so far today, but looks like it will be going. I was gonna say slightly slower for a second, but great rails coming out from Hennessy.
Yeah, Hennessy and Cook. Cook's got a better shaft. Hennessy's pincer's unreal. I mean, these young kids, man, their aim is absolutely off the charts. They are just crazy. Just like Skooky, just like Poles. Backstein and Karvik, I think both a little bit older, have maybe a bit more nous to their game, but don't quite have that raw capability. Maybe Karvik does. His pin's pretty... But I feel a lot of that is actually how he sets himself up, rather than just how good he is at moving the mouse. Hennessy on this power up, not a good sight if you're on backer, but it does fade. 11 to 2. Yeah, I do think I put D-Slap as the #1 seed. So I'm looking really smart right.
So far, less than 2 minutes. 11 frag advantage is kind of nuts. Like, yeah, we've seen Backstein and Karvik play from the back foot before. Do it very well, but this is brutal so far.
Yeah, just shout outs to GMT for the seeding, though, I think. No matter how this goes. What a job he's done. And so handsome as well. They can't get anything. What in the world is 16-3? 16-3. Backstein, I think, has only got frags with the blaster. He's a man after my own heart.
It was the only weapon I could ever get frags with in Reflex, you know.
Oh, you played some Reflex?
Tiny bit. Back in the day, a little bit here and there.
A lot of TF2 players touched the Reflex. It's actually how we met one of our good friends, Qualks.
Oh yeah. I used to play mixes in TF2 with Qualks years and years and years ago, like probably 6 years ago.
Really? That's really cool. You ever met Qualks in person?
Never in person, I don't think. No.
He's a good lad. He's a good lad. Went to dinner with him a few times. Haven't seen him recently though. Need to get back in touch. But anyway, 17-7, looking a little bit better for Baka than it was. Yeah, I'm very much talking about team fight tactics. That's sort of my jam at the moment. I play entirely too much of it, as I always say. But what a game. What a game. A little bit less intense than the Diabotical is the thing about TF2. You can sit there watching something crap like Bar Rescue while playing TFT, and you just can't do that. Cool. What a shame.
What can you do, you know?
With a bit of a stack here. There's signs of life from Baka right now, though. Signs of life. 10 frags. Still, though, it's going to be hard to make up. As long as Cook and NSC play like this. Cook, probably the best British player in any esport right now. I'm just going to say it. Any good British TF2 players, or are they all terrible, like in every other esport?
Nah, the Brits have been historically very, very good in the world of TF2. One of the most dominating teams of EU history is primarily British. Well, actually, a couple of them were primarily British.
Look, I'm going to level with you. That's a shocking indictment of Team Fortress 2. There's something wrong if British people can win. There's something wrong.
We just don't bother, you know? We just don't worry about the other games, you know? We're all focused on the one we can do okay with, and then the rest were like, nah, you're alright.
Cook going off with a Vindy. Just looking around very casually. Looks like he's going for a bit of a stroll and hoping he bumps into some of his old friends, Karvik and Backstein. Out of the telly, into the fire. Cook lights up both.
It's brutal because as someone who, in any arena FPS, just, you know, uses way too many rockets, Cook is hitting actually, I think, like every rocket so far. I love it.
I am honestly shocked that this is as one-sided as it is. Because even when Karvik and Backstein are getting frags, it sort of feels desperate. Whereas Cook is just walking into each and every fight and it's just 100% confident. Like, what gave him the right on 100 HP and no armor to go in like that? I have no idea. He just did it. Like, even this, just come in, fight for the red.
I feel like they can pretty much do whatever they want. 5 minutes left in the game, 22 frags advantage, more than double.
I love it. It didn't work.
This is brutal.
Yeah, this is arena FPS, to be perfectly frank. At least it's not quite quelled, where a normal scoreline is something like 140 to 17. But still pretty brutal. Okay, NSC on the power up, as if he needs it. And that is a 28 frag lead.
At what point do you think you could just start standing still, really, you know?
We had that in a CPM competition a couple of months ago, where a guy just AFK'd for the last 3 minutes of a duel because he was that far ahead.
Jesus.
It was so rude, and I loved it.
That is the ultimate BM.
It was fantastic. I loved it.
Oh my god.
Because, yeah, it was just good. I hope one day to have that much of a lead that I can do it versus someone.
See, we've had something similar at some TF2 lands where people just, go AFK and go to the bar, but usually it's just because they're losing so much. They're like, nah, I'm done now. Off to the bar. Goodbye.
So how's your weekend been?
Got 2.5 hours into that Justice League remake and gave up.
Sounds about right.
Sorry, Zack Snyder, if you're in chat. I didn't like it.
He's a big misogynist, don't worry.
Probably not a Diabotical fan either.
Oh, okay. Here we go. GG. Karvik and Backstein forfeiting that one as we go into Hurt Locker.
Probably fair. Probably fair at that point,
Yeah, I don't blame him. Look, you weren't coming back. Sorry to say. Let's see what they can do here on a different map. It's a different story and hopefully a different result if we want to see a third map. But NSE and Cook, can you fault them? Well, I mean, what? They just played stupidly well. They hit stupidly hard. And they were so aggressive. And it's just a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, like that was exactly what I was going to say. It was like the aggression. And like that gets in people's heads so much. When you take those fights, you shouldn't win necessarily. And then you win every time. That is such a blow to a team's confidence.
Yep. It was something that NSE Cook, along with Polzaz D-Slurp in the TTS, they also just broke teams sometimes with just this raw, unmitigated aggression and damage. And NSE right now with the pincer. Will he miss? Misses one, won't miss the second. Ooh. It's going to be a trade. 3-2. The smallest, narrowest of margins that Baka lead by, but let's see. If they can keep it this close for another 11 minutes, we may have a series on our hands. First, Vindy is going to set the pace for the rest of the game, I believe. Cook trades. That's going to be red for him. He has a huge stack coming into this parrot, but Backstein's picked it up. Oh, that. Ugh. That's off. It's really sad.
They're still desperate to fight over this, but these rails, man, look at them go.
Some people say the rail ruined Quake. Some say that. They might be right. (96). Are we about to see them run away with this? I think it could be the case. What in the world is that, NSC? Oh, to be young again.
Definitely feels like that same position from last game, Got a couple frags here and there, then suddenly they were just like, you know what? Let's just walk away with it. Take some of these aggressive fights. Push forward. Get frag after frag. Keep racking up that advantage. Look at this. Bullying the spawns.
Oh! Oh dear. Alright. How was your last weekend before this one?
Oh, I don't even know anymore. How can you define time in this world of endless lockdowns, really? Everything becomes a blur. How was the last 12 months? All the same, mate.
It's been a lot of Diabotical. I think we've been doing Diabotical tournaments for a year now. And it feels like that's more or less the only thing I've done. I know on paper there are other things I've done, but mainly feels like a lot of Diabotical.
There are worse things to do in Venice, considerably.
Yeah, TF2 for instance.
Whoa. I'd take 1v1s with NSC, perhaps.
But yeah, that's true enough. No, TF2's cool. I played in a tournament and, you know, did very well the other week in TF2. I respect the game, and it respects me in return.
With the production main extraordinaire, I hear. I don't think I saw any. I
Kurt.
think we were going to cover one.
Yeah, we almost needed you for a sub, but you're a bit too good, I think.
The one time anyone will ever say that.
Backstein will get a frag. Okay, it's not over. 10 frags is a big lead, but it's not over. And maybe in my pursuit of the funnies, I've overlooked. But Backstein just going to be sitting on this mega. Is it going to be safe? No. Can't wait the extra 3 seconds he needs, and Cook all over him, as is NSC. They double up with the pincer. And that's a 13 frag lead now.
They're so good at like isolating these players. So good at taking those just repeated 2-on-1s. Basically, yeah, just like bullying the spawns, and just racks up such a huge lead each time. What was that, like 4 in like 20 seconds?
I think so, yeah.
Incoming indicator.
Oh. Oh, it's depressing. They also just don't die. They just don't die.
It's a handy trait, I'll be honest with you.
The immortality in Arena FPS, yeah, it takes you far. I am very excited to see if any team can match these.
It really is insane to see after seeing Kawik and Backstein play so well in that last best of 3. They were so good, and then just night and day compared to this. They're so oppressed.
It's an ugly thing to watch, and it will be D-Slurp almost certainly going to that winners bracket final to face the winner of, I believe it's 102, which is Latromi and Pavel, versus the winner of Myasish, or against odds. So probably Myasish. It's going to be a CIS team in the winners bracket finals up against D-Slurp, and yeah, that's going to be very interesting indeed. So far, though, so good, and it's going to take quite a team to knock these boys down. I don't even know what's happening at this point.
Rockets just everywhere. Vindy is on NSC, so you know, more frags.
Welcome to the show.
It's all good. It's all good. Already 7.5 minutes in, it's already getting to that kind of time where like 24 frags out. Like, even if we saw just a complete swap, that's gonna be getting hard.
Yeah, this is just not doable as far as I'm aware. And NSC and Cook aren't letting up either.
No. The world is just their oyster. They can just do whatever they want right now.
Seemingly, they can do no wrong. I just cutting a promo on Baka right now. Welcome to the Frag movie. Population you. Hey, Karvik's on the board. But he is swinging. And when arena FPS players start swinging, that's when you know it's over. It's like the white flag.
Loving the optimism, you know.
Yeah. He's having. Of course, we do have a rule that you get 10 frags for every melee kill, so then we need 3 of them. And there'll still be 2 frags.
So what you're saying is it is doable.
Oh, sort of. If only I weren't lying.
Contact the admins right now.
Victory.
There we
Okay.
go.
D-Slap does it. No surprises there after the first map. Jesus Christ, what a team.
Yeah.
That was absurd.
Yeah. Pretty much uncontested. It's crazy how, like, you know, it would take about 60, 90 seconds to kind of, you know, feel out each other, see what's going on. And then they'd be like, cool, right, let's just go. All gas,
Yeah.
no brakes, we're in.
And that is that. Sorry to say, but it does mean, ooh, there's been an upset in my opinion. Mayasish, Danchez and Cass have lost to against odds. Now, that doesn't mean anything to you, but to some of us, that means literally something.
Ooh.
I know, right? So against
I
odds
would.
is Distant Light and Rel, 2 very good players. So I'm not surprised to see them do well, but to take down Mayasish, Cass, and Danchez, they've done better than I would have expected. Now they've got to go up against Deliberate Murder, though, 102. And 102 is quite a team indeed. Pavel and Latromi. I mean, these are Quake Live TDM gods. They've both done very, very well in the TTS series. Pavel's done a little bit of dueling, and yeah, an absolute monster in the form of Latromi, who's been on that all-conquering 2Z lane. This is the team to watch in a lot of people's opinion. I put D-Slap as a higher seed just due to sort of recency bias.
I will say, I feel like there's something to be said when even I know who Pavel is. Even I, the absolute pleb that I am, fear Pavel.
Yeah, Pavel's scary, man, and he's been scary for such a long time. So yeah, I said D-Slurt and also Mayasish recency bias. Mayasish actually won the most recent 2v2 tournament. D-Slurt have been going on a tear in the TTS. But if you were to ask an old school, someone that's been doing this for a while, someone like our admin Crazy Al, who's the favorite for this tournament, it's absolutely Pavel and Latromi. And I'm very excited to see how they do against odds, which Distant Light and Rel, I mean, not the team I expected to get here. Distant Light, we saw get second in a dual tournament yesterday, has been a stalwart of the European scene, entering almost everything. And Rel, a little bit below that. I wouldn't say he's quite at that top tier, but maybe in 2v2 he's got some special sauce, and it's a whole different story. We're just waiting for the players to join at the moment. Hopefully it shouldn't be too long. And we should be getting into it very soon. This is, of course, the last round 4 match. Winner goes to the winners finals versus D-Slap. Loser is going to have to face either Mayasish, Limo, or Nefi, I believe. Actually, no, sorry, Onaman or 3K. And we saw Onaman earlier, very, very strong indeed. So it's not a loser's bracket you want to be in. My camera's done a funny thing there.
It has. I think it's all fixed. I wouldn't worry, mate.
It's all fit. Fantastic.
Technical wizard, Artrhythm, you know, he sorts it all out. Don't
What a
you
game.
worry.
What a game. Just going to make sure everything's plugged in. Here we are then. We have Rel and Distant Light in the server. We've got Pavel and Latromi too. Let's get it on as we, for the first time today, I believe, head over to a Moscow server. So everyone should have nice and low ping. And get to see a very, very good match indeed, is my prediction. However, I mean, I say that. There is a risk here that 102 run away with it. There is a risk. But we're hoping, we've got our fingers crossed.
Be interesting to see how the maps go. Like I said, there's, you know, being some newer maps, weird things can happen.
Yeah.
I've not got any inside info. Have you got any insider info in terms of preferred maps, things like that, or do you think this will just be wild?
The only thing I will say is because Latromi and Pavel put in so much time into the maps we played for 3v3, which was Icefall, especially. I think they'll probably go for Icefall. Pavel also has a lot of experience with Perilous, so I think they're going to go for the older map. That's my prediction. It could well be the case that they've been grinding hard and are super ready for these new. On the side of Distant Light and Rel, I don't know much, to be honest, and I think that they should be playing to their opponent's weaknesses more than their own strengths in the series because they are the under. We are not going to Wreckage, or as Pavel has called it, Rakiej. Fair enough. Probably the same keys in Cyrillic. Can you speak Russian, Eeply?
No.
How does it
I
show?
can't. I can neither speak nor read. I've been shouted at a lot in Russian, but that's, you know, classic esports kind of a situation.
He's
You know,
he's played some CS:GO.
I played some CS. I played some Dota back in the day. I just get shouted at in every game. This is what happens when you're not very good.
What's the TF2 scene like in Russia? Is there one?
There's a pretty active player base, not huge, but they're very they're pretty active. They've kind of got a lot of like their own tournaments and things set up. It's kind of similar to like we have quite a big French scene as well, where like at least at one point they had like their own league and tournaments. Russia does have their own LAN every now and then. At one point, I think someone invited me to go to the Russia LAN a year or two ago. Well, not last year actually, so it would have been a couple of years ago, but couldn't go because it was in Russia and I don't have money.
Do donate to the stream and we will give it to Agent and show Eeply the PayPal. And yeah, it'd be good. Right, we're just waiting on the picks now. We got Rakiej and Maishal are gone. We're going to go to Hurt Locker, followed by either Icefall or Perilous.
Perilous. Yeah.
Let's see. I'm expecting. I'm probably just expecting an Icefall here. It's a bit boring, but I think we'll go for it.
They got to keep giving me the same couple maps over and over. So by the end of the day, I'll actually know what they're about. You know.
Yeah.
Being very nice to me. Thank you guys.
Hey, Arena FPS is anything if not inclusive. Oh wait, no, that's not true. Lied. Sorry. Bit of a compulsive liar.
See, all you need to do to get involved is, are you willing to get, 40 for -1? I was.
And again, that's one of the slower games. If it was Quake World, it'd be 142 to -18. What a game! What a game!
Days.
I
did
think.
genuinely find it. Sorry, go on.
We were speaking about really dominant forces in esports, the likes of Agent, the likes of early CS:GO NIP, really just singularly dominant teams. I know that TF2 has that in Freyotech. What were we talking about? Hang about. Oh. Yeah, so in Quake World, I believe Milton has never lost a duel.
Really?
I think every tournament he's ever entered, he has won.
Jesus.
And bear in mind, that game came out in 96, 97. He's pretty good. He doesn't play duel anymore, but still, doesn't need to. Sort of achieved everything that you can, and then some. We're gonna need a pick from against odds, please.
This wasn't the part of the game I thought would be the most difficult one, but there's a lot of thought process. This isn't. Ooh.
Okay, I'm glad that washer and puck are in the toilet. Speaking of in the toilet, can't think of anything fun. Right, we're gonna ice fall. There we go.
We got it. We get there. Ooh.
And then we're gonna go to Perilous Decider. Hooray! For an all-Russian affair. Not a surprise in Arena FPS. We do love a Russian in this scene. And in Diabotical especially, even more so than where they did exceptionally well in Quake Champions and Quake Live and whatever came before. Diabotical has been all Eastern European, aside from Diesler, Animal Squad / Proof / Swan Song, and then also I would say a Backstein and Jewel. But apart from that, it's all Eastern Europeans all of the time. They have had a stranglehold on this game.
I think this is what happens when you actually have servers in a nice location for, Eastern Europe and Russia, because they're always so like limited whenever having to, play on like French and German servers. It's always such an unfair comparison, They give them their own servers and they just frag.
They've also had a couple of LANs in St. Petersburg.
Ooh.
So they've got the in-person experience. Here we go then. Latromi and Pavel playing for Deliberate Murder, or as we're going to refer to them, probably 102, up against Distant Light and Rel, who are called against odds, and I think it's quite accurate, but we'll have to see how they do. I'm on board with Latromi, TDM God, and undefeated in Diabotical Teams competition. It. We'll take down Rel, but it's a trade. And Rel with a pretty nice spawn there to be immediately on the shaft. Of course, weapon control not a big deal in 2v2. It's only 10-second weapon respawn, I believe. Not the 30 seconds that Latromi's used to in Pro Quake Live TDM.
Incoming Vindicator. Enemy Vindicator.
Oh. Latromi, man after my own heart. Picking up the Vindy as well. Wants to go on this little bit of a mission, Next up one. Any more? Anyone coming out?
Any takers? Going one. Going twice. And Soul. That was beautiful from Distant Light. Smart play. Very smart play there to abuse the power-up user.
So cheeky. They're actually turning around already. It was a good little Vindy run, 3 or 4 frags, and now they get 4 of their own. Get themselves a little bit of an advantage, It's 1 frag. It's as little as you can get, but it's a start. They can work with it.
It's something. And yeah, a little lead here. 6-4. Distant Light and Rel. Individually, I don't think the scariest players in this tournament. Maybe they found something as a unit. So far, so good. And this is against 102, as I say. For a lot of people, not myself, but for a lot of people, the favorite of the tournament. Latromi straight into a direct up against Rel. Hits some shaft, but yeah, he gets the worst end of that trade, and Distant Light with an opportunity here. Doesn't manage to take it, and that's Latromi on the red. Pavel cleans up 9-7. Is this when things go awry? Or are we still in a very contested game? Latromi up against Rel. Again, he doesn't get the frag, but I think Rel did more damage than he was supposed to there, and that matters a lot with this Vindy coming up. Latromi, though, as well as Pavel, alive and kicking. Distant Light trying with the shaft, but has to back away, and Pavel's going to take him down anyway. And look at Latromi get the value out of this last sliver of HP he has. Giving all the resources to Pavel, but still having impact.
It's working out so well. Keep building up this little bit of a lead. Pavel wanted to hunt a little bit. Nice little rail as well. Feeling happy enough for the minute.
Fifteen to 8. It is getting away from them a little bit, but Distant Light does get a frag onto Pavel. Third of the way into this map. Is oh, that's a demoralizing frag. Just in the wrong place at the right time, and you know you've made a bad mistake there.
Oh, so brutal when it happens. Tiny little positional differences. Just makes these frags look so easy for 102. Continuing racking them up. So brutal.
You're not wrong. You are not wrong at all. Pavel on power up. Latromi's the one doing the dirty work anyway. Mega as well. Doubling the score of their opponent. This is a little reminiscent of what we saw in the last series.
I'd argue not quite as bad. There's a bit more fight to it, but about to hit that halfway mark. It is a pretty sizable lead, and obviously once you get that lead, you can play very differently if you want.
Yeah.
Not that I think 102 is going to need to.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing there. You have the luxury, don't you? You can just play as you were and get more of a lead, or you can try and go into this super defensive posture. The point is you have the choice, your enemy doesn't. They are forced into playing at the same pace you did when you got your lead, if not faster.
Yeah, the more that clock ticks down, the faster you have to play, the bigger the punish for any mistakes.
I like this from Distant Light. Doesn't work, but I like it.
Oh, good effort, but it's Pavel, man. What can you do against such reckless hatred?
A good phrase. We need to be using that one more often. Bang. Bang. Okay, Distant Light. A little bit smooth. A little bit swish. It's not enough, is it? Latromi on the Vindy. That's not what you want to hear. I mean, it's fine for us, but for against the odds. Ugh.
I don't know. I heard it. I did start shaking just a little bit, you know. Ooh. Nice little frag there, you know. I feel like it's important every now and then. Rel picks up a couple nice rockets, you know, gets a frag. Makes you feel a little bit better. Granted, still losing by a considerable margin, but, you know, keeps you going.
Pavel's there to clean up, unfortunately. And as the clock dwindles, they've sort of stayed roughly at the same deficit for the last few minutes, but they're not making any ground.
No, I feel like it ends up almost exactly like you said. This is just 102 dictating. They can lose like, I don't know, 6 more of those fights exactly like that, and it's still hard.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you're playing behind like this, it's just so much pressure to be perfect, and some people struggle with that. A 2-for-1 though, Distant Light does very well for himself. And Latromi going for the melee, gonna get air rocketed a couple of times. It's a nice midi from Rao.
Incoming Vindicator.
I feel like this power-up's going to be an all-important one. 3 minutes left on the clock. 14 frag differential.
Oh.
You need it working well.
Okay, Distant Light. I'm going to press tab. I'm going to have a look at your damage. He's been doing pretty well. But can you do enough? 11 frags to make up. 2.5 minutes to do it in. He's got the power up. He's got the weaponry. He's got the stack. But has he got the moves? Pavel full. Oh, the trap. Latromi. With the rockets not hitting much, though, and gives away the Mega as well. And now, actually, Pavel comes in. Ooh. It's a bit of a feed. 38 for 30. Look, I don't know if I believe yet, but I'm interested.
6 frag differential changed over the course of, I think, less than a minute. So, need pretty much that same again for the rest of the entire game.
Yeah, it's not easy, but maybe, just maybe, we can see a ridiculous run to the final power-up. Set themselves up nicely now. I don't know. I'm trying to see how this works, and it's tough. But it's not over yet. Distant Light, the plus back rail, and another. 80 HP, all he's got left, though. And surely a set on both fronts. Here's Pavel, but he misses. Oh, but the shotgun's not good enough, and he takes down Rel as well. Meanwhile, surely that's Latromi setting up nicely for the power-up. And the hope that was once there, I think, is just about gone. Power-up. Spawns in 15. Distant Light going aggressive here with the rocket. Latromi holds his own, though. Just enough with that shaft blaster now. Back to the shaft to finish. Pavel's the one that does it. And yeah, this is sadly over at 11 minutes and 20 seconds in. Wasn't quite as one-sided as it looked at one point, but still a commanding victory for Team Deliberate Murder.
Yeah, absolutely makes sense. Against odds, you know, they were against the odds, but they kept fighting the whole way. There's something to be said for that, you know. This is only first map of a series as well, so more to play with.
We'll have to see. That was 102's pick, meaning they are going to be hopefully more comfortable on Icefall. And maybe a little bit comfort's all they need. It's going to be tough, though. It's always going to be tough versus 102.
Icefall.
We are then back on Icefall. You probably almost know your way around at this point.
Oh, between the last tournament and this one, this feels like my home now, you know? Should I ever wish to get slaughtered playing in a tournament of my own, this would be my first pick every time.
It's a good attitude to have. And I can echo that sentiment. I'm on board with Pavel as he picks up the pincer, the mega, the shotgun. Has the inferior shotgun skin, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Pavel got a bit confused there when Lotromi directed him, and rightly so. It's not something that's supposed to happen.
When you're on, you're on. You know, no one's safe. Enemies, teammates, no one.
Yanan? No one.
No one.
Five to 2 then, as the power-up goes into a very healthy Pavel's hands. That's not the start you want. If you are mentally a little weakened and you're thinking, oh, we've really got to struggle now in this series, what you don't want is for in the first minute them to get a pretty sizable lead and the power. Just for those at home that want some very top-level analysis, that's no bueno.
No bueno. I'm making a note of that. No bueno. None of this is bueno. None of this is. Oh, with the rail as well, man. Just living his best life. Happy for him too.
Yeah. Pavel pulling a bit back here onto the red. A less aggressive, less chaotic map, Icefall. Quite large for a 2v2. Whereas Hurt Locker, you see a lot. Especially, it's got more verticality going on, which can lead to messier fights. People dropping on each other, people RJing up to each other. It's a whole different beast. Pavel, with the calm, Quake Live player demeanor, just takes his time with his shots.
They're looking
I think
happy.
we've been on Pavel for a while.
Yeah. Pavel's kind of game so far, you know? They're just... I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Pavel hasn't died. That's why. He's 11-0.
Jesus. I was going to say, they're looking even happier than last match. Just walking around, taking a stroll in the park. Frags along the way, almost incidental at this point, you know?
Yeah.
Just like, all right, I'll grab that while I'm here.
Yep. Bourbons or custard cream?
Custard cream.
Yeah, it's a good choice.
You know, not to BM the bourbon, but, you know, custard cream. Legacy, you know?
Fair.
Yeah. The real.
Rich tea or malted milk?
Malted milk.
Yeah, okay. You're a man after my own heart.
Where do you go from there is a question, you know?
We'll have that conversation in private. We'll see if we're really compatible.
The producer's just whispering nonsense in my ear. He's stopped making sense. I think there's something wrong with our good friend after them.
There's something wrong with Pavel. He's as cracked as he is Jack. And he's currently 18-0.
Someone needs to stop him. I don't care who. Latromi, if you need to get involved, just do it, mate.
Still peeking. He doesn't care about the flawless record, does he? Oh, here we go.
It's
Hey! He's
There we
only
go.
got 20 frags. That's fine. Let's go, Rel. Let's go, Rel.
You know, you need to get one death, otherwise the KD stats don't show up properly. Maths, innit?
Bang.
Now, I don't want to put anything wild out there. I
Yep.
think I might be able to see the way this game is going.
Right, what do you reckon? Hit me with it.
I reckon 102's looking decent.
Yeah.
Halfway through the total timer. 24 frag advantage, also known as over twice the amount. Again, would need to go on top of Rel and Distant Knight, so... Back
I
foot
think you're
doesn't
onto
quite
something.
describe this situation.
No, they've fallen
Whatever's
over
behind
at this
the back
point.
foot.
They are on the ground. Their ankles are broken. They haven't got arms. It's just a terrible situation to be. Everyone take a moment to stretch out a bit. Stand up if you need to. We don't want anyone getting deep vein thrombosis. This is free time. Talk amongst yourselves in the chat.
Having worked as a teacher once in IT/computer science, you know, the
Right.
kids, whenever they'd get free time on the computer, one kid was always Google image search pictures of chips.
Of
That's what they
chip.
do. Chips.
I remember
Never
there being
understood
like during primary school, a kid looked up porn. That was funny. But never chip.
No, this was it. It baffled me every time. You just be like, right, what are you doing? It's just Google image searching chips. And I'm like, well, I mean, they're fine looking chips, but just why, mate? Why?
Did he give you an answer?
No.
Fantastic. He's gone far, I would assume. They're having something of a comeback. I just don't believe.
You need something superhuman, because it's not just 21 frags. It's you basically need Pavel's first life,
Yeah.
which is really not easy to do.
Well, it's unreasonable that it happened the first time.
Yeah, but for it to happen twice, once on each team in a game, I don't know. People would have to be brought in. Someone would have to be having a word with them. I wouldn't believe it.
Yeah. Winner of this, whoever that might be, will go to the winners' finals to face D-Slut. Loser of this will go to the losers bracket, where they'll face other teams that are also scary, because this tournament was stacked. I'm so surprised as well, because after we put up the announcement, the first week or two, very few signups, and the ones that did sign up like weren't top. And then the last couple of days, we've seen the likes of D-Slap and 102 and Onaman and See You in Chat and a bunch of other great teams. Baka, Nefi. Yeah, it's been a great turnout. Really glad to see it, and this has been some definitely high-level 2v2 Diabotical.
It's terrifying to think, you know, obviously right now we're seeing very high level play, but just that little bit of a skill disparity. But going into the games after this, winner versus winner, that is going to be just mad. That's
Well,
going to
let's
be
talk
like
about that.
bloodbath.
Let's talk about that. 102 versus D-Slurp. Who's your money on?
I'm still feeling Diesler
Yeah,
right
me
now,
too.
even though this is like insane. I don't know. I feel like Diesler, they got themselves just a little bit more magic to them, based on my next to no background knowledge here.
That's fine.
Bear in mind.
You think I've got
Diesler,
any?
though, huh?
It's, nobody knows what yes anyway. It's only about fine. Yeah, I think D-Slurp just looked like they were cheating almost. And I also rate Backstein Karvik higher than I rate Distant Light Rel. So I think the way that they dismantled them with just that ruthless aggression really should favor them. Whereas 102, a little bit more conservative, a bit more demure, you know. Did we hit the score limit?
Incoming Vindicator.
I think we hit the mercy limit. All right. First time I've seen that. That is that round 4 game out of the way, and that means we have quite a special winners finals coming up. D-Slap versus 102. This is going to be a big one. The cam's having a lot of fun again, apparently. That's good. I'll have to sort that out at some point, I guess. Probably. We'll see. Anyway, D-Slap 102. Hopefully we get into it fairly shortly. I don't believe, unless I'm told to the contrary in my ear, we're going to break. Don't think so. All right, good stuff. Just waiting on D-Slap then, and we'll get this game underway. Hennessy. Cool. Oh, here we go. They're in.
Oh, not wasting any time. I like to see that, you know? They're keen for it.
I also. It's very good. We got a lot of spectators. Well, jeez. Going to give you a little bit of an update on the losers bracket, if we can bring that up. Ownerman have beaten 3K. 3K who beat See You in Chat. Ownerman came through Mystic, then 3K, and will face the loser against odds of that previous match. Below them, Nefi beat out Nerd Rage, lost to Myasish, who are now facing Backer. That's Karvik and Backstein. It is a best of 5 between 102 and D-Slut for the grand finals. I do like D-Slap here. They're the top seed. I put them there for a reason. I believe in them, but I don't think Latromi's lost a tournament that he's entered in a long, long time. We are going to be going to Icefall to begin. After that, it'll be 102's pick of... Come on, boys. You can do it. Perilous.
Yeah. You're quicker than this.
I'm used to Pavel. He's always doing. After that will be another D-Slap pick. I'm imagining we're gonna see Hurt Locker because that's all we ever get. My Parola. No, it's Wreckage. We haven't seen Wreckage today. Quality. So much so, I have to search for it.
Damn.
Hey.
Wait.
And then after that, it's either going to be Myshell or Hurt Locker. I'm expecting a Hurt Locker because nobody wants to play Myshell by the sounds of things.
Poor Myshell. Ooh. Take it back.
Bit of Myshell. Unbelievable. Here we go then. And this promises to be an absolute corker of a series. Best of 5. Let's hope it lives up to the expectations that we have.
Honestly, what I'm most looking forward to is these early moments, like the first minute and a half of this game. I want to see if NSC and Cook are able. I'm not even actually looking forward to seeing whether they can get away with the aggression. I'm looking forward to see whether they go for that same level of aggression, or whether they, through sheer respect of these opponents, don't go for quite that same kind of all-in take those fights, where they play just a little bit differently.
Right. Yeah, it could well be the case. We'll have to see. I think this is sort of fire and ice right now. All of the aggression versus all of the patience and the intellect of 102.
Oh, there's a great joke to be made. You know, it's fire and ice, but will ice fall?
Hey.
Hey. You can have that one, you know. Make a
For
note of
free?
it for later. For free, mate. For free. Just for you.
Cheers, mate. Here we go then. It is the match we've all been waiting for. 102 versus D-Slup. Seed number 1 versus seed number 3, but we don't talk about that and we pretend it's 2 and that I'm a genius. On board with Latromi, TDM God trying to take a 1v2. He'll take down NSC. And Cook's going to get pincered. And another Latromi. Is he going to do it? Doesn't need to. He's got backup. We're 1-1. As Latromi comes here for this second red, hits that pincer, and there's going to be no aggressive play from D-Slup for a little while now, I don't think. As they are just behind on the items. Latromi already in position for this mega, but both members of D-Slup are here. Cook going to collect the mega. Vindy up in 15, and it is chaos as D-Slup like it.
Looking pretty good. Didn't really have the health, though. Do they lose 2 more here? Equalized just like that. Somehow surviving. Look at equalized. Cook.
Bad timing to die as well.
Yeah. Vindy on Pavel.
Okay, why is this a thing when you get 2 really good players that usually never miss, they both start missing a lot?
I don't know whether it's like a mental thing, or I don't know.
Maybe it's dodge. Maybe you can really dodge much better than other people.
They're just the kings of AD, you know?
So Pavel and Latromi, 4 to the good at the moment, 2 minutes in. It's been a tense affair. Cook about as aggressive as you can be there.
Feels like it is on a knife edge for most of this game so far.
Here's Cook, though, going on a bit of a run right now. And it's good timing, as opposed to last time, as he's going to get a frag just before the Vindy. He's going to come down here for the 50 pop. And on the power up goes Hennessy? Surely. No, he's going to give it away to Cook. Okay. 12 to 11. Like you were saying, on a knife's edge, it immediately turns. as soon as D-Slap get a little bit of momentum under them. But I think as much as they have, mostly they've remained as aggressive as they were. I feel there's a little bit more respect being given to 102.
Yeah. Very nicely done there. Hook going to be gaining them that little bit of advantage. Still got the Vinny a little bit more. Still able to rack up these numbers as well.
Yeah, 16 to 11. It's a good look for D-Slap. It's going to be the Mega over on Pavel, though. And Cook doesn't really want this fight, I don't think. Tries to get away, and he will. Collects a blue in the meantime. Mega is next. Cook, you can see, having to book his way over as quickly as he can. Pavel's going to head him off, though. Goes for the shotgun switch. They're both missing. Pavel will take him down, and that should be a red for him as well if he can get through the fresh spawn, but no scared of the MG, and I think with good reason versus someone as capable as Cook.
Does mean a lot, though. Momentum can't keep going the way of 102 just there. Not in that moment, at least, you know.
All right, 18 to Jesus, man, so close. They're both so capable. Pavel's going to be the one with the power up. Seems like they're setting Pavel up for success more than Latromi for the most part. Latromi always a more supportive role on whatever team he's on.
Gotta respect it, you know?
Yeah, you can't separate them at the moment. You see the difference of approach, though. Pavel gets a power up and he holds his angles, he moves around, he's very gingerly about it, whereas like Cook was, oh, okay, I have the power up, rip and tear time, got the Mick Gordon on in the background, just gonna tear everyone apart.
Like you say, differing approaches, but similar levels of success when they do get it. So, you know, a couple frag advantage now for 102, but if D-Slap can get themselves that power up, get themselves, you know, a slight advantage, like it's just very easily will be able to go the other way again. Halfway through the game, and it's just basically neck and neck.
Oh, what? Okay, it's okay. I would almost have been tilted for NSC there.
Rockets are a cruel mistress, you know.
Ooh, just holding his own. Latromi believing in himself, and well, for good reason. Typically, Pavel is gonna drop NSC. We're 29 to 25 with the Vindicator up in 8. NSC peeking out, not hitting anything though. What has happened to D-Slap in these last couple of minutes? NSC doesn't miss those pincers versus anybody else.
It's a real moment to start racking up some frags on the board. Very nice rail from Latromi. This is... If Pavel gets any more, they're going to be looking pretty comfortable for the second.
Absolutely. Huge damage with the blaster. All right, we're going to need to see something out of D-Slap sooner rather than later. 4 minutes to remain, and 102 are going from strength to strength at the moment. They win both of their duels, and That should be Mega. That should maybe even be the red. I think they might split up here because Pavel is so strong, but no, Cook with a pivotal frag. 9 the deficit now. Power up in a minute. Red is up now. It's going to go the way of NSC. They're not out of this just yet.
Tiny mistakes and key punishes can make all the difference.
And they so often do.
Incoming Vindicator.
Okay, this next Vindy, I think D-Slut need it quite badly. Are they going to be able to get in on it? Pavel up front. He's going to be dueling up against Cook. Cook goes through the telly. Latromi, meanwhile, has got the power up, though. And he's looking like he should be able to hold on to it just about. Neither Cook or Hennessy can take him down. And 8 frags to make up. Versus Latromi with a power up. Latromi with a mega. This is not ideal.
This is the interesting situation. You know, we talked about D-Slop's aggression before, but that was when it suited them, when they wanted to. Now they're forced into aggression. 2 minutes. 9 frags.
Oh. I think 10 frags might be a little bit too much for 2 minutes. And I was all in on D-Slurp, as you well know, but just the calm, consistent damage output from 102. Looking so good right now. They're composed.
Thing is, though, right? 90 seconds left to go. 7 frag deficit. This is basically 0 punish time for D-Slurp. They have no choice but to go aggressive, so there's no reason not to. There's no reason to stop for them.
Absolutely. NSC can't make the frag happen, though. And every time 102 gets a frag now, it feels like the final nail in the coffin for this, the first map. But I think important to point out, this was D-Slap's pick.
You know, saying that, it is a classic tale as old as esports itself, where teams win the opposing team's pick. Always seems to happen.
30 seconds remaining.
This is going to get really close in those last few seconds, though. Don't think it will be possible, but it does say a lot still.
And here we go. It's a close one, but it is a victory for the veterans of 102. D-Slap put in a valiant effort. 6 frags, all they trailed by, but that was their pick. And now they've got to go to parallel. And I will be back in 10 seconds. You take this one away. Sorry.
No worries. It's all good. It's all good. I think it's interesting. Obviously, you know, only first map in a best of 5. Very much still the case that, you know, teams can spend a bit of time feeling each other out. With each map being so short, maybe this is just a kind of situation where D-Stuff can, you know, feel out their opponent, see what's going on, see what they're feeling like doing, make some adjustments. Come back in the next map. I like these ideas, you know. Options are there. This ain't all she wrote.
Game starts in 3, 2,
And I am back with caffeine paracetamol.
Perfect timing.
The good stuff. Hennessy and Cook need to make something happen. I think going 2 map down. Just too much. One frag already. And it's going to be equaled though.
Lavel's just got that shotgun, you know. Just got it.
Always. I mean, TDM players, they're used to using shotgun for just about everything. In the old days of 4v4, Quake Live TDM, where you had 30-second respawn, you sort of had to make do with what you'd got. 4-3, and actually it's the power up going the way of Hennessy. He's now going to be pushing in. Latromi does well to hit a decent rocket, but Hennessy crucially stays alive. Is he going to wait around for 6 seconds for this Mega? I think he will, and you wonder. You wonder if they're a little bit rattled and not playing their style anymore.
Very possible. I did say when you took your short little break, you know, the idea that maybe map 1 was just kind of feeling out the opponents, making some adjustments in between the maps, like, you know, what we did first time around didn't make sense. Maybe they have to make some on-the-spot changes.
It could be the case. Maybe they're going to play into 102's hand a little bit and just play passive and sort of try and outfox them. But I don't know, that's something I've always struggled with, because I feel like my natural inclination in every competitive game I've played was like not correct. It's like I was an aggressive player in games that are designed to be defensive, or I was a player that, you know, basically I'm dumb is what I'm trying to say. And it, you know, fighting against your instincts to be more in line with what the game's designed for versus fighting to your strengths and just going with your style, it's a crucial difference in philosophy different people have. And interesting to see how that's playing out before us right now as, well, Diesel are looking fantastic.
Yeah. Whatever changes they may or may not have made, definitely working out for them so far. 2 minutes 40 in, they've already got themselves a big old advantage. And like I said, they are able to play that little bit more passive if they want. For basically the rest of the map now.
Yeah, you can definitely hold on to a 9 frag lead. I mean, it's not always going to be super secure or healthy, but you can do it. Cook now, just going to play it slow with this power up, just like before. Using it to secure other resources rather than using it for the damage output necessarily. It's just a different approach. Equally valid. I think Latromi's done well there, to be honest. He was caught out, but then made something of a terrible situation. Oh,
So cheeky. You just, you know, little pop, kiss and goodbye.
wow. That's one of the things you're going to find out about 102. They do not give up. This is a couple of teams that have been playing, a couple of players rather, they've been playing these games at a high level for such a ridiculously long time. And yeah, even if they are 9 frags down, they're going to give it their best and continue to give it their best for the remainder of the game. 12-20. That lead's still there for Diesel up, but it's not getting any bigger for the moment. 7. The advantage now is getting dwindled very slightly. Vindicator is up. Pavel's going to collect, but immediately dropped by Cook. Hennessy gets the assist onto Latromi, and getting this power up away, I think, is a huge deal. It stifles that progress Deliberate Murder was making.
Any chance they had for momentum is just going to get slowed down a little bit. Like I said, they can play a slow game as much as they want. Getting a couple there is great as well.
Huge value. And that's a crucial frag as well. Oh. Beautiful stuff. And Latromi completely boxed out of the red room. And here's Cook going aggressive. Punishing Pavel. He's only got a pincer, and he knows it. He's got the more consistent DPS. Latromi is going to bail out Pavel a little bit and make it a trade, but look, it's the dynamic duo of Cook and Hennessy always playing together, always focusing a single opponent at a time, and it's paying off in spades right now. Latromi, though, feels weakness, goes for the melee hits too, but Cook's got the stat. And that is 14 frags now up versus 102.
This is one of them games. Everyone's just going to be swapping out each other's maps.
Oh.
This is getting to that real time a game where they're just looking happier and happier on the side of D-Slip. 15 frags. Just over 4 minutes left on the clock. We need something huge. Huge from 102, you know? It's doable, but just so much momentum needs to go their way. Such a huge swing.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Easy frag. More damage coming out from Pavel, and this is the sort of play they need, and they need to keep it up for the next 4 minutes if they're to have a chance at going 2-0 up in this series. They're reining it in a little bit. The score, but oh no, Pavel knocked off the mega platform, and they need everything to go right for them right now, and it's not. Gonna take down NSC. But Cook's still looking healthy. They're not on this red. And it looks like room secured for D-Slut. Latromi missing the RJ. Hits the pinster at least. Here's Cook looking for another shot.
I will say, in the world where 102 can come back from this, to go 2 maps up from a comeback like that would be crushing.
Yes. Yes, it. And let's see. Pavel on the power up. Is it happening?
It's possible. I want to say it does. It'd be so good to see. Need to keep picking them apart, but they're not making it easy for them at all.
Look at this crossfire. Pavel's got nowhere to go, aggressively speaking. How is Pavel alive right now?
What? That is a nuts fight to win.
Oh no. They can't win it like this. It'd be disgusting. Okay, Hennessy and Cook double up. And I think that might be enough to keep them in this and not up against a 2-0. Cook killing Latromi there as well. 8 frags is surely too much. And it looks like we have a tied series up on our hand.
That's it. These last few frags coming in for D-Slip in the real desperation time. 102's just got to go all in all the time. D-Slip can pick them to pieces and just solidify that map win. Well, you know, pretty much though.
Yeah, I'm ready to call it myself at this point. So there's going to be a trade of the map picks. D-Slap winning 102's pick, 102 winning D-Slap's pick, and let's see if that pattern continues, as we will be going to, I believe, Wreckage next, if I'm not mistaken, for the first time today.
30 seconds remaining.
Basically, just turns it all into a best of 3, really.
It really does.
All right, time to play some prop hunt. Hide around some corners. 6 seconds left on the clock. Yeah. Good effort, though. Was, again, very close. A lot of back and forth.
Here we go then. 1-1. As you say, it's a best of 3 remaining. We've got Wreckage, My Shell, and Hurt Locker coming up. All of the new maps in a row. And I'm not too sure what to make of this series at this point. Because D-Slap are winning in a way that I wasn't expecting from them. I think they've been more patient. They've been more disciplined than I would have expected. And they haven't been going all out balls to the wall aggressive. Meanwhile, 102 should be better at that style, but obviously didn't turn out that way on Perilous.
It kind of makes you think, you know, both teams have had that chance where, you know, they played the map, they played their own pick, they lost it. They're both now having the opportunity to make any adjustments into the third map. They both have an idea of how the other team is playing, how the other team has managing to get their successes. So it'll be interesting to see if we do see anything different from 102. Not necessarily, you know, changing because they're shaken, but changing because they might be able to come up with something which just works that little bit better. Or whether they're just like, nah, what we're doing will work. We just need to, you know, the issue's in the execution, not the theory. Or something along those lines.
Right. Yeah, no, I can absolutely see that. So here we are in Wreckage. This is a map very corridor heavy, which is something of a rarity in modern FPS maps, I feel. This looks quite different to a lot of the maps that were in the mapping competition, at least at first glance. Being a new map, it's still one we're learning about, obviously, as time goes on. And so not only is Eepily
yes, I am.
Yeah, oh, with the spawns? I don't think I can, sorry. Yeah, so not only does Eepily not know the map, but I also, to a greater or lesser extent, do not know the map to any great degree either. So we'll be learning along with you. NC on 11 HP, trying to get the value. That was okay. And we have a bit of a bloody start.
Yeah. Jesus. 7 frags in 30 seconds.
And 5-5 already. Jesus. Cook. A little bit hopeful with the melee. It's going to be Pavel on the power up. Beautiful. But Hennessy is there. The Outmake picking up this parrot costly. Cook's in the background. He will get the frag onto Latromi. Hennessy, though, gets caught out by the Void Cannon. And nobody is holding this parrot for very long, but maybe Pavel's about to change that.
Yeah, looking pretty happy to as well. Racking themselves up that bit of a lead. Still 20 frags at 90 seconds. All on it.
Oh! Oh!
That's so
What is
nasty,
that?
man.
Pavel! You absolute beast. And down onto the shaft of Venice. Even with that Mega, this might be a little bit tricky. But no, Pavel does it, and he takes down Cook as well. Bang. Hennessy firing back, but it is a small lead. Already for 102. 6 frags. What can Hennessy and Cook do about it? Oh, here's Pavel up close. And Hennessy, yeah. Bit of plus back with the pincer.
Indicator.
Oh, no. I'm liking it.
Getting
It's back
very
and forth.
close. Neither of them really able to go on a big run here on Wreckage. Which is somewhat surprising. It was said in the chat that by someone much smarter than I, that this map is very punishing on the spawns. But we're not seeing a consistent run from either team. It's very contested.
Crazy how it's going. What was a decent advantage for 102 is now literally just equalized here. Basically, every frags is getting traded out as well. It isn't even like, you know, you're getting 2 split back and forth. It's
Incoming Vindicator.
Oh, Pavel! Oh, and it happens again and again. But Hennessy off the spawn instantly there with a pincer, a shotgun, and the power up. I wish I woke up to that every morning myself.
just swapping it back and forth. You know, everyone gets a chance. Everyone gets about half a second with a power up. But now NSC, you know, gets to keep control.
And still, it's only one frag that separates these teams right now.
Loving the dance around these pillars. I swear we spent half the game so far dancing around the pillars.
A lot of void cannon usage on this map. Very happy to see it. It's going to be a mutual. And how many ways can I say this is very close? I'm getting to the limits of the English language, I believe.
Could try it in French.
Do it in French. Oh, well, you say that. I couldn't. Somebody could. But not
Someone
me.
could.
And weirdly enough, I can't do it in German either, though I should be able to.
Oh.
I can't remember the word for close in German. Shocking.
Just, we'll have to do it in English again.
It's very close.
It is. Well, you say that.
Less so now, yeah.
Yeah. Frags and power up, you know. D-Sub looking to make a bit of a go of things. Because time is ticking along. The bigger the advantage they can get now, the better they're going to be feeling in a couple minutes' time.
Absolutely the case. Sticking around with that 7 frag lead so far, then the momentum in the favor of D-Slut. Pavel will take down Cook. Ready Frenzy as well. What a shot. Taking damage here though, and it's the duo hitting just about everything. Cook's going to take down Pavel as well. 9 frags, a big lead already. From what was such a close game, it turned in a moment.
Be interesting to see whether possibly 102 can fight for this power up, grab control, get a couple frags here. Still not impossible. Gotta be some back and forth. Pavel does pick it up as well, so chance if he wants.
Yep. Pavel still dangerous even on this HP with the pincer and the Vanguard, the Vindicator, sorry. And he's gonna hit that back onto the Mega. Opportunity knocks, as I always say. And if Pavel can get the business done, there's still hope yet for 102.
9 frags becomes 4.
Yeah. And without the Vindy, it's still okay because Pavel got a lot of stack off the back of the power up.
This is scary. Scary of your D-Slope right now. You know, I'm gonna set. I'm gonna set.
Let's say
This is close.
Oh, whoa. Whoa.
Oh, insight, mate. Insight.
Dear Lord. You can't say that. What a... Not in that language. Oh! 1 frag. They're up. Finally.
All of this playing on the back foot. D-Slope was so happy for so long, but 70 seconds left to go.
Oh,
Possible.
Pavel. Oh, that's such a crucial frag from Latromi.
1 minute remaining. Team Vindicator.
Oh my days. 50 seconds. Exactly equal frags. Vindy on Cook. Is this what they need?
seconds remaining.
Oh,
They're holding on to this. Okay, killing Pavel there is big. More damage being done. 20 seconds, 2 frags. Okay. Cook, though, if he can hold on to his lives and just keep NSC safe, because he doesn't have much stack, then they're going to be okay. 4 frags to the good and only 10 seconds remaining. If they slow spawn, they're golden. And D-Slurp in a hugely back and forth game to go with this back and forth series are going to take it 2-1.
that was not easy. That was not easy for either side.
No.
They both had really solid positions to be in, and considering how much back and forth was so many frags in the first 2 minutes as well. It's just battling the whole time.
Alright. For the first time today also, we're seeing Michelle. And I'm trying really hard not to bring up that terrible joke about a man walking along on Halloween and talks to someone and they say, "You're not getting dressed up for Halloween?" He says, "No." And they go, "And who's that woman on your back?" And he says, "Well, I'm a turtle." No, wait, he says he is dressed up. Fuck. Yeah, I'm dressing up. And who's that woman on your back? That's Michelle. Thank God.
Thank you. Thank you. Flawlessly executed as well.
Thanks.
Just like Latrumi.
I've biffed it. I'm still reeling. I'm still reeling.
At least you didn't go for the the toin cost. Oh my days. Back and forth again. So many frags in these opening few seconds.
Can't believe I put it up. Can't. This is a pretty map, by the way. Can we talk about that for a sec?
It's sad we've not seen her so far, you know?
Yeah.
I'm not even getting the time to admire it properly.
Actually, really reminds me of a Reflex map, Fortune 1. Pronounced Fortune. Good map. A very, very pincer heavy one. And a Sea gonna fall. Pavel and Latromi now with a 2 frag lead, 2 minutes in.
I'm loving the Chaos Blaster aim. That is exactly how that weapon works as well. You live it, you breathe it.
Don't you just? Frag lead now. For D-Slurp, 1 HP, Cook don't care. He's on a mega. Beautiful. That's a lot of blaster damage. Always so unexpected, the blaster as well. Just sneaks up on people. Very strong in this game in particular as well. The good net code helps it in comparison with older titles.
Incoming Vindicator.
And everybody's died, it looks like. Just everybody's died.
The
Apart from
classic double
Latromi.
wipe.
15 to 50. Oh, I feel so bad for Cook. That was rough. And so far, these teams just look hell bent on giving us all 5 maps. are making all of them as close as can be.
There's no comfortable moments for either team, really. Even when they get a couple, it is still literally a knife's edge.
Though I will say Latromi's POV for the last minute has looked quite comfortable. Because he's just been sitting on that mega, he's hitting his shots, and for whatever reason, well, I say for whatever reason, it's probably the very good play of Pavel that he's been drawing a lot of the fire. But he is fallen now, and Latromi's left alone, as you can say. C rather, just standing on this mega platform. Wants a third one in a row. Looks like he'll get it. But is this at the expense of map presence? Because they are giving away a red here. They may be giving up YA as well. And Latromi, well, he's already lost his mega. More than that, he's lost his life.
Possibly trying to force that more passive style, but in a way that D-Slope doesn't want to allow. Pavel's still doing great work there.
Okay, I know another language we can say it's very close to.
Hit me with it.
Swedish. Detta valiktiamt.
And it is as well.
And it really is. God no, Adam. Right, so...
Oh! That's a good lead to be getting from that situation as well.
It's not bad. Slowing down a little. Throw me. He was a bit too scary. And D-Slap had to avoid him. Meanwhile, Pavel gets into a bit of a scrap. Great positioning already, though, from Latromi on this high ground for the Mega. And we're going to have to see some inroads being made by D-Slap sooner rather than later as we reach the halfway point of this map. Latromi taking a lot of damage, but also dealing even more.
So he's starting to look more comfortable for 102 though. Halfway through, 11 frag lead. Like you said, they do just seem to get these nicer little situations where they can just chill, play their game, be happy.
Chill, play their game, and be happy in my arena. I think not. In arena FPS, we always begrudge what we don't have. We're always just unhappy at the game, unhappy with our life. And we're just like, look, why won't anybody play us? Why won't they all come from League of Legends and keep us company? And if they did, you know, we'd be vexed about it and we'd be moaning about all the League of Legends players.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But
we're just angry. We're just angry. And if you're an NA, it's even worse because people don't play. They just moan about how they wish they could. It's really weird. Oh, Latromi again. No such luck this time.
They are really working as hard as they can to make this a 5-mapper.
(34-25). Pretty decent lead now for 102. The deciding map would be Hurt Locker if we go there, and I think that we might well. Now, I would love to take everyone up on the various translations of This Is Close and say them with the very worst pronunciation possible. But unfortunately, the game is not close. But maybe they've heard us, and it's about to get very close indeed. And I've got Norwegian, I've got Scots, I've got Welsh, all at hand.
This caster's curse is truly, like, just on point today.
We need to see it within 3 frags before I do any of them, though. It needs to be within 3.
You've heard of D-Slurp. Off you go, then.
Here we go. Dette Megtjevn. That's Danish. Dette Veldigjevn. That's Norwegian. Tiskekles. That's Scots. Mayon Agos Ion. That's Welsh. Is it still close? I was reading. Still within 3 frags. We're fine.
It is within 3 frags. It's legal, don't worry.
Excuse me. Four frags. Not nice.
Not anymore. The rules have changed. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock, though.
Why are we even? D-Slap, wasting our time.
They just want to give you a good series. They want to make it all 5. They don't want to, you know, lessen people's content for the day. It's all about the content, you know?
All about it. The CPM. Not that CPM, the other one. Carrots in the... Is Latromi, I think, along with his teammate Pavel, will be taking Michelle.
1 minute remaining. Incoming Vindicator.
Even with a Vindy, I don't think this is possible. But I would love to be proven.
Especially not when you get, you know, denied a little bit by that. Cook needs to just do everything for the next 30 seconds. All in, all the time. Never stop.
All gas. And also, no break.
Okay, well, Pavel broke him, so I think that's going to be it. All right, then. Match 5 in.
Yes, boy. That's what we love to see.
You know, the thing is, though, right?
Yeah.
Map 5 turns into a best of 1. Last 4 maps, none of it matters. This is map 5
True.
now.
True. Here we go then. This is what we've all been waiting for. D-Slurp and 102, they were the favorites for a reason, and they're showing exactly why here. Going back and forth and back and forth, and here we are on Hurt Locker. I really have no idea how this is going to go. I think we've seen a more reserved D-Slurp. They haven't been able to walk over 102 equally, though. 102's calm demeanor, they've been outgunned, actually, at certain points, and not able, as they usually do, just holding on versus team. They have dropped 2 maps here. The first frag is going to be Latromi's, and it's a clean one. It denies the Mega as well.
If I was to put money on this, I would not know what to say. Absolutely would not at all.
You know, for me, in game 5 with money on the line, I just have faith in the Russians of Latromi and Pavel. They've been here so many times before. They are not going to wilt in the spotlight. Whereas I think Cook and Hennessy don't quite have that same caliber or experience to them. Maybe a little bit more raw in terms of their talent, in terms of their aim, a little bit better. but I think when it comes to composure, you cannot get better than Latromi. And Pavel's up there too.
Team Vindicator.
Hennessy on the power up though. Nice frag and the turnaround. Whips over to Pavel, makes short work of him now with the shotgun up against Latromi. It's another easy fight for Hennessy. 6 frags to the good. We're only a minute and a half in.
It's a good situation to be in.
It's a fantastic.
We've seen a lot of stuff from 102 before, you know, bringing back these disadvantages. Very, very capable of doing it, but you never want to be like that. Especially not when you lose a fight like that as well.
Well, that's a bit messy, but what a start. What a start from D-Slop. I wasn't expecting this at all. I thought we'd have another pretty cagey affair. But instead, it's D-Slop coming out swinging. They're hitting everything. Pavel's going to answer back, though, and try and stake a claim on an item that was no longer there. That must have been lost in translation somehow. Oh.
Vindicator.
Try me, though. Gonna secure Pavel the power up. Mega as well. Okay. This is a powerful swing.
Yeah, the death machine is ready, raring to go. Gets 1, gets 2 already. What disadvantage they have is almost nullified already. Pavel still wants more though. He's so stacked. He's so happy to fight.
Oh, okay. Some really horrible shaft there, like proper GMT-esque shaft. But he's done all right. 14 to 15, they've brought it back because these two teams are destined to make it close. Or as our good friends from Spain say.
Yep.
Esto está cerca.
And it always will be.
Italian, of course, it's questo è vicino. In Japanese, it's kore wa jika desu. You're very welcome.
I can't verify any of these independently, so I'm just gonna have to trust you at your word.
Try me, big man on campus right now with that red. It's going to take 2. Take 2, of course, a great jazz standard song by Charlie Parker.
Incoming Vindicator.
Of course, even better than take 2 would be to connect 4.
You're not wrong. I'm not clicked on the Vindy carrier. There we go. It was all just 23 to 21. I hope that means it's close. Seria. But I'm just gonna. I mean, it definitely doesn't say that, but we can pretend that's Russian. This is. Oh. 1 second.
Oh my god. I'm terrified of what comes next. Gotta wait though. There's 4
Eto
frags
Blizco.
between it. Ooh.
Eto Blizco. It's not difficult, apparently.
Oh.
Cheers, Russian. Although it's not close. Oh, I shouldn't have said it.
Yeah.
I've cursed
There's-
everyone.
This is it now. You'll have to wait. No one heard that. Just I'd mute that part of the VOD.
Cut it out. Burn the VOD. The entire thing. Delete it.
Get DMCA'd for it.
Get DMCA'd by the abstract concept of decentness.
Yeah, why not? Get YMCA'd while you're there as well.
Get
Incoming Vindicator.
They should have sent a poet.
Apologies if any cockerels was just heard. My doorbell went off.
That's
Vindicator.
all right, mate. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. We're all getting a bit loopy now. It's standard. We can deal with a few cockerels. And it is Pavel on the power up. That's a bad miss, though. That's a good hit. Insight. Hennessy gonna collect. Knew he was low, committed. Went, hey, 1 shot versus 1 shot. I'll take that risk any day. Oh, Latromi here with the shaft, but I think, yeah, Cook has him in the back, and only 5 frags to make up. A little bit of momentum with D-Slap, though not on the item.
This is a little bit iffy. Said only a slight advantage, 6 frags, but only 4 minutes left in as well. The more frags get thrown away, the harder it is for D-Slurp.
Yeah. So D-Slap were actually getting frags when they shouldn't have. They were going up against more stacked opponent. But what that means, of course, is after the frag, that major item that you just fought for is no longer there. And so they haven't been able to turn it into much, but they're shooting so well right now. They're hitting so much. NSC on that red, and only 3 frags separate them now. This is absolutely doable. Cook with the absolutely ridiculous midi, but he is going to get dropped by Latromi. Meanwhile, NSC fighting and hitting well, using his stack. Great advantage. He's on the mega. Red up in 2. Are we going to see Cook on that? We are. Pavel falls. Latromi's low. He's going to get the frag, though. 3 frags that separate them. It's a Vindicator in 12. This is anybody's game right now. And if anything, I'm liking NSC, but he's getting tagged up. Pincer after pincer from Latromi, and you can see a little bit of shaky aim here. A little bit of nerves, I feel. But Latromi does fall. Cook now on the power up. 1 frag that separates them. And Cook's about to go on the warpath. He's got the guns he wants. He's got the mega health. He just needs an opponent now. Gonna get tagged up, though. And here's Latromi, but no. Cook's too quick for him. But the 2 of them. Oh, no, and he falls. Oh, God. No. Latromi. Strom's so low, but he gets the 50. NSC's got all the stack in the world. Cook's got almost nothing. And this is an absolutely insane game 5. Okay, Cook will finally fall. NSC going to be trying to fight for this mega, and he's going to do a great job of it. Secures out for himself 50 armor as well to go along with his 170 health. This is a formidable stack. Pavel's healthy as well, though. In this fight, it could make all the difference. Latromi with the shotgun, not going to get all that much done. Pavel, sorry, he's going to be the one that gets dropped. NSC, meanwhile, through the telly. Here's Pavel with the shotgun. The TDM king. Of course he knows his way around the shotgun. Of course he's going to hit everything. Pavel now on the low ground with the pincer. 5 seconds still red, but Cook has dropped. The shaft is there, and he makes good. Whew, 1 frag. The lead now. Waiting for this
literally,
red.
it could not be closer at this point. Tiny mistakes. Latro is looking pretty decent here. But this is possibly 1 fight in it. Possibly just 1 fight.
Really is. Es ist näher. I finally remembered my German.
Incoming Vindicator.
60 seconds.
No frag. Goodbye, Cook, though. Enessy's on the power-up. Is he going to be okay? Implosion Weevil's going to make dodging very awkward indeed, but he does it! And he holds on, and here's the power-up. One frag to the good. The Vindicator as well. Enesy needs to hold on to this. Meanwhile, Cook's killed Pavel, and that could be it. That could be the difference between a grand finals and going to a very dangerous losers finals indeed. Enesy with the power-up gets popped up by Latromi, but there's no luck to follow. And 3 frags to the good make it 4. This is fantastic play from D-Slap.
Oh my goodness. The dying few seconds, 18 seconds, 4 frags in it. This almost just not possible here for 102. Mega goes to Enesy as well. So.
Enesy's going to jump off the map. And it's okay. The slow spawn's good enough. A little bit BM. Why not? GG is called. And a GG it was in a 5-map series. D-Slap take it 3-2. Once again legitimizing the fabulous seeding decisions by this admin.
That was obscene. That was absolutely obscene. You physically could not have gone more back and forth there.
What a series. As we go into our losers bracket finals now, it is Onaman that's going to join us, I think. That is Pulse and I can do it. I can remember. Pulse and Skooky, who we saw, I believe, in our very first game of the day. No, our second game. They look terrifying. And I think in the same vein as D-Slap in terms of their mechanical abilities. So how they're going to match up against 102, I think it's going to be very similar. And honestly, I don't necessarily favor 102 that much here.
Honestly, I'm going to need I don't know. I'm going to need a minute just to try and recover from that. That was just... Yeah, I can't be going about making predictions at this point. The Caster's Curse, it's too strong. Just give me another one of those and I'll be all right for the day, you know?
Yeah, that'd be nice. That'd be nice. So this is going to be a best of 3. The winner goes to the grand finals to face D-Slap. The loser will, of course, be out in 3rd place. Let's take a look at the prize money on offer, though, because it's quite exciting. We're at $1,250 for this tournament. The winner of this map will be going on to play for either 700 or 400, first and second place prize. And the loser of this match will be going away with $150. Not bad for a brief little afternoon playing some Diabotical.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely worse ways of spending a Sunday. You know, get a couple quid as well. Get yourself a nice takeaway at the end of the day as well, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you get 11 quid as well, so I've heard. You're doing very well for yourself.
I've heard there's fat stacks on the line, so...
Always on the TimCon channel. Huge amounts of money at play. Still just waiting on Skooky to join before we get into this series, and I'm excited. I think 102, they may feel a little bit shaky now. We'll see. And I think Onaman absolutely has the mechanical skill to bring it to 102. Whether they have quite the team play, the map awareness, that sort of a thing, I don't know. But it's going to be exciting either way. And we're going to see some fireworks.
At the end of the day, what else can you ask for, you know? As long as you get fireworks and multiple translations for it being close, pretty much all I'm here for.
Let's go for Thai. Google Translate. I genuinely cannot even attempt it. Kilkea Malway. Maybe.
Is anyone able to verify that? I'm willing to just trust that.
Hungarian Kozulvan. Nice and simple for Hungarian. Serbian. Diabotical. So a little bit similar to the Russian, that one.
Yeah. Logic to that, you know.
Yeah.
Oh.
We'll go for Korean. Gakda. Gakbada. Gakabada. They've put too many consonants in that. That doesn't work.
No.
No. I'm gonna have a word with the Koreans. I'm gonna have a word.
I'm gonna give a shout out to our producer for just whispering in our ear this entire day, you know, pointing out every little good action that we take. Very supportive, Archers. Very supportive.
Always. Always. Our Adam. Good lad.
I'm just having a little look at the old lobby chat right now as they decide, you know, picks and bans and all that kind of stuff, trying to work out who is going to be banning a map first.
It's going to be 102 because they're high seed.
I can see the logic in that.
Onaman, they have shown up my seeding a little bit. They were seeded 5th. And they were at minimum going to get 3rd. I do apologize. I typically try not to be incorrect. But
Well,
it's hard, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't win them all. Just blame some other teams for underperforming if you want to, you know, if you want to insist that you're right.
I will. In fact, I'm going to alt tab and name some names. Shame some shames. All right. Backer, what's happened? You were 4th seed. What's happened there, son? Who was 2nd seed? Maya Seish. Where are you, Maya Seish? Beating Nefi, beating Backer, losing to Onaman. All right, fair enough. But still. It's not nice to make GMT look like he doesn't know what he's talking about. I've got very little else going on in my life. I need this.
You know what else you need? Perilous map 1 pick.
Hey. We're going
No,
to
my shell then.
We're going to Heart Locker. And then we are going to Icefall. If I've remembered everything correct. And I have. Let's go.
I think you're bang on there. No, my shell, so no more jokes to be made this time, incorrectly or correctly.
So I was walking during Halloween one.
Were you?
Yeah. And a guy came up to me and he said, Halloween, eh? What are you dressed as? And I said, dressed as a turtle. And they've said, is that woman on your back? That's Michelle. That's Michelle.
That was just flawless execution.
I'd never make a mistake on that, would I?
No.
Never.
You know what they say, first time's the charm.
Here we go then. It is Team Deliberate Murder versus Team Owner Man. Skooky's not going to win the race to the red. I think he did a little bit more damage with the MG though, and Pulse is going to finish off Pavel. Once again, Skooky, his hit scan tracking is up there with the all-time greats. And Pulse also not a slacker at all.
Ooh. Almost feeling a little bit bad for 102 here because, you know, off the back of that pretty grueling best of 5, you know, they had about 3 minutes to take a breath and they're right back in it. And it's a stressful game as well.
Vindy, Pulse collects it and he drops for a double on 35 HP. The balls on this kid. holding his own even now on the Mega, but he is going to get dropped. And there's Latromi on the power, turns around, hits the pincer, because of course he does. Do not doubt these players. They are all absolutely ridiculous. So far, so good for Onaman.
Pretty impressive. Polls 9 for 1 so far.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Good start.
And Skooky, as I say, just that kid's aim is scary, and it makes me very jealous. I don't know why. It's like you watch Latromi and Pavel, and they just look a bit more human. Like they're really smart and they're really good. But I don't know. I sort of watch them and I go, yeah, I have moments where I play like. But I watch Skooky and I'm just like, I don't understand. I don't understand what you're doing different because it's just fundamental. But that said, 102 has all the stack right now, all the armor on the map, and Latromi's putting to good use here. But Skooky is going to get probably more than he should have, as is often the case. Good play from 102 there.
Oh, what a fight to win.
Latromi now gets to hold the high ground. A couple of good rockets. He says, Skooky, hit all the MG you want. At the end of the day, it's still an MG.
That's crazy from Latromi. That's absolutely nuts.
That's it. Like, Latromi's so solid, isn't he? If he's in a fight, chances are it, for some reason, in his favor. Just waiting outside that tell, he knew what he needed to do. He did an exemplary job. It's going well for 102 right now. They've got into a bit of a rhythm. That's nice. You're going to pick up the red. Skooky now looking decently healthy, especially if he can just get on the 25 bubble. He's going to be raring to go. Pushing in against Latromi. His shaft's amazing, so he typically uses it. And the pincer as well. Eating damage, but giving it back. This is the story of Skooky.
Every frag super, super hard fought so far, but we do see this little advantage going the way of 102.
A little bit, yeah. No. Grenade. No.
Incoming Vindicator. Enemy Vindicator.
Skooky on the Vindy. Hits the pincer. This could be the start of something. Such a huge stack. It's going to be impossible to take him down. Although... Ooh, okay. The damage coming out from Latromi especially, and now Pavel with a pincer hits. Only 7 HP, but Skooky is still alive, crucially. I feel like more should have come off that 200, 150 stack plus the Vindy, and all it really was 2 frags. Felt like it should have been more.
There's 2 frags to try and negate this disadvantage as well, which is still very much present. So yeah, 102 doing great work there. Keeping this just about in their favor. About to hit that halfway mark.
Bang. Skooky. And Poles, they're going to double up. Pushing now up against the Void Cannon. Oh, it's scary. It's so scary for Skooky. but he is going to keep hitting these pincers. What in the world is that? He just knew. He just knew where the enemy was before I could possibly cogitate and come to that conclusion myself. So quick. Pavel will finally take him down, but 26 to 26. Owner man, I believe, 5th seed in this tournament, currently taking it to what was, for a lot of people, the outright favorite. Oh, aggression.
So cheeky. It's so cheeky.
It's rude. It's crude. It's a little bit lewd.
It's big though. That's how you get these advantages. Game this close.
Sure.
Gotta be a little bit cheeky. Get the power up. Get the mega. Looking pretty big. Wanting more as well. Gets it.
Yeah. Just hit everything, Skooky. Good answer. Just hit everything.
Crazy the value from that one little fight. 5, now 6 frags to the advantage.
Oh! Latromi will just get him at the end of the LG. Awkward though. Poles and Skooky pins through him. And here comes Pavel. He was trying to help his teammate, but I think he might just be walking to his death. No, he doubles up. Because of course he does. I've never been right in my entire life. Sadly continues. The longest streak of being wrong anybody has ever had.
These fights are brutal right now.
Look, watch this. 102 is going to win this map.
Ooh.
Why not?
What do they call the Cass's curse, but in reverse?
Cass's blessing.
That'll be it then.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't have a funny answer for you. I just have the actual answer.
Just grammatically correct.
Yeah. I'm nothing if not correct. Aye. All that work to pick up a Vindy. He wasn't even on your screen, Skooky.
That's
not fair.
It's made up. After a certain point, it's just made up. That's fine. I'll just make up stuff as well.
It's not fair.
Right, Lily Allen.
Good stuff. Bang. 9 frags now. This is a healthy lead. Make it 10.
Yeah. Just over 2 minutes left to go. This is going to be tricky, tricky, boys, for 102. Almost to the point of being impossible.
Think safe to say this one is in the books. An 11 frag lead with just a minute and a half remaining. We would have to see the most ridiculous comeback, not just of the day, but perhaps in Diabotical history, for 102 to take this first map. And it was their pick. Is there a world, and I really can't believe I'm saying this, is there a world that we don't see the grand final be a rematch of 102 versus D-Slab? It's looking like it's probably going to be the case as of right now. These polls, yeah, it's not a good fight. It doesn't need to be.
Yeah, this is gonna be a dying 50 seconds of the game. Sure, we can get a couple more though, you know. Got this power. Let's get some nice rails. The sad not even frag.
30 seconds remaining.
Bang. And another. Again, not on your screen, Skooky, but okay. It doesn't matter.
That just shows that, you know. Don't need to have enemies on your screen to win the game, apparently.
Apparently. That's it then. And actually a pretty big lead at the end. That was a commanding win for Owner Man.
Oh, they've got that team synergy. Look
They
at that.
have.
Both. Pincer, 59% accuracy. Exactly. Synergy, mate.
Well, 102. Are you going to make grand finals or what's happening? Potentially one map away from grand finals themselves. Pulse and Skooky. They have a date with D-Slur.
Honestly, if I was 102 right now, I'd start to feel a bit tired. Like this has been some hard games today.
5 maps versus D-Slur. Now, in a second map versus Pulse and Skooky. Not easy. Latromi killed himself. I don't know how or why or what happened, but not a good start. That's 2 to the good. Skooky with a lot of stack. Pulse with a little bit of stack. 4 to the good. Is this going to be a capitulation from 102? I've said that they're resilient. I've said they've got stamina. But maybe this has just been a little bit too much for them. Dodging the rockets. Hitting the pincer. Let's go, Pulse. Had such a good game on Perilous. And the form continues. Am I watching what I think I'm watching? Is this a 6 frag lead? But a flawless 6 frag lead.
Yeah, the only frag 102 have so far is on themselves. This is not a stuff that you want.
If you could see my face right now, chat, like, I'm baffled. Okay, they got a frag. They killed Pole. And Pole's fires back instant. Skooky still has a lot of stack. Uses it, takes down Latromi. Now ready for Pavel. He's got the blaster out. It's going to be no match for the pincer, I'd imagine. Or not. Okay, the caster's cast.
They are firing back, though. Don't want to let this get away from them too much. Already got a disadvantage. Don't want to let it go too much further. Otherwise, might as well just walk away.
Pavel, I think, a little bit lost at sea here. Or maybe it was Latromi that's out of position. But I'm just not seeing what they're currently doing accomplishes. Gonna catch Skooky, though, with a pincer out. Collects the mega. Okay. Serious resources in the hands of Pavel.
Starting to feel the 102 redemption arc right now. Gonna be real.
Yep. Brought it very close, haven't they? Latromi on this power up. Gonna take down Pulse. As the stack to open as well. Skooky falls. 10 to 11 now. What was, I think, a 10 frag lead is gone. It's gone.
That is crazy. They turn around that quickly, picking up the armor as well. Tromi can still just go for more. Look at that health and armor. Wants it. Still gotta hit the shots though.
That's ugly. Just not what you want. Bang. Okay. Bit of a trade, and now we have a very close game once again. It's going to be Pavel on the Mega. Skooky here fights with the MG up against Pavel's shaft. Almost comes out on top. In fact, he might. Didn't manage to connect with the rocket or the grenade. 16-16. Pulse has been on the red though. So it's a trade of the majors. And Pavel. Yep. No luck in that fight. Pulse, wrong weapon to use, and well, Skooky gets the backstab. This has gone from an absolute stomp to an absolute stomp the other way to now hotly contested.
I don't know what it is about today, but everything's just so back and forth. Some crazy games so far, and it's just exactly equal. Pavel, like no HP. Hot the damage if he wants it. Surely not.
Oh, Pulse. It's going to have him. But he can't hit the pincer. And Ladromi's, of course, going to hit that. The easiest of all rockets. He is dropping low, though, and that's... It's going to be Pavel falling. Latromi, I honestly think that was a bit cheeky and a little bit of a risk to go for that 50 there, but it's worked out.
These fights are coming so close as well.
You see the patience now from Pavel, and he needs to have it. Latromi with almost no stack, even though he's got that armor. Pole's gonna get dropped, but it's Skooky. Meanwhile, trading it out, and now pushing forward. Pavel trying to hold his own, getting the damage done on the Vindicator, but he dropped. Latromi here, trying to make it difficult. Pole's in the back with the MGs, just desperately trying to gun him down, but Latromi had enough stack. Skooky gets away, but not for long. Pavel's on top of him. And now pushing forward with this power up. This is when maybe 102 can get a bit of a lead.
Important opportunity getting these frags in. It's a bit of a lead. 7.5 minutes in. Good amount of time left to play, but they could get themselves some kind of comfortable position to be in. They can play that control kind of game. Never going to be easy though.
Never. Not against this team. A serious lead now for 102. I like that Pavel has default weapon skins for literally everything. He's just never gone to that menu.
Who needs to, you know?
Yeah. Let the gameplay do the talking, not the fashion statement. Okay, do or die now, I feel, in this first map for Onaman. Power up is going to be there. It's in the hands of Poles. He's going to get 1 frag. 5 more to make up. He's absolutely capable of it. It's whether 102 give him the opportunity, and a trade there's pretty bad, honestly, for Skooky. Pole's going to get dropped a little low, but still power up in hand. Moves past the 25. You can see the hurry he's in, as he is just looking for frags, looking for damage. They've secured the red. They're on the 50. Latromi falls. 2 frags that separate them. Dare I say it, this is close.
I think it's a fair statement to make. Pretty fair. It's going to come down to the wire, I think. That's a big fight as well.
Oh, no! Oh, Skooky. No, it was 2 deaths. 2 suicides. What in the world from 102? Now we're 33 to 33 with 2 minutes remaining. Poles and Skooky win their respective duels. And this could be curtains. It may be a 2-0, and what an upset that would be versus 2 all-time greats in TDM and Arena FPS. Once again, Poles beats out Pavel. Skooky's on the red. It's a fantastic situation for them.
It's again that kind of position where 102 forced to get aggressive, whether they like it or not. 80 seconds just over on the clock. Absolutely doable. Yeah,
Absolutely.
getting 1 frag, putting it within 1 again. Got to make that decision though. There's some stack to be got.
They're probably thinking about holding in the mega room, but it's a little bit too long to wait. Latromi's killed Skooky. He's gone out on a bit of a searching mission. Oh, the clutch Weeble dropping down. Oh, it's Pavel. Oh, he gets on the mega just in time. That would have been disastrous with 37-37. Vindy in 3. Poles comes through. The rockets are good though from Pavel. And Latromi's on the power-up. Now spamming down with that blaster. 1 frag separates them, but the power-up's on Latromi. Skooky gets pincered out of the air. And Poles, well, he's on the red, but you just can't feel comfortable as Latromi's got this Vindicator still. Pavel gets the frag anyway. We need to see 2 from Onaman just to take us to the overtime. Pavel is low. Tromi, not so much. Up against Poles now. He's going to RJ. He's looking for massive aggression here. He's going to take down Pavel with the pincer. Latromi comes out swinging. Oh, but he's taken down at 39-39 with 8 seconds remaining. Poles drops on the 25. He hits the mutual. 1 frag advantage now for Onaman. Have they done it? They have. Unbelievable. The 2-0 from Onaman.
Oh my goodness. Jesus.
Are you kidding me? Whew. That was superb. That was absolutely amazing play. Talk to me, Epley. Talk to me.
I can't. I've been done in. The last few seconds of that is insane. Literally, you saw like 3 just trade after trade. That 1 like final second frag, like, oh, that's got to be so disheartening if you're 102. They fought so hard for so much of the day, but I mean, absolutely, pressure was held there by Onaman. That was just nuts by them.
I don't know how you hold on like that, and time again, they're fighting for every little moment, and to still hold your nerve, to clutch it out at the end there. Amazing. absolutely amazing and a well-deserved 2-0 for Owner Man. That was superb. And now we have quite a ridiculous grand finals on our.
It makes you think, though. It was 102's, well, both those games, there's 102 have been close. Logically speaking, there's a very real chance that this grand finals is just as close as those previous last 2 games we've seen, which will just be, I don't know, like just the most insane day of Diabotical. Jesus.
So we have 4 unbelievable aimers in this grand final now. Cook, Hennessy, and Poles, of course. They make up the 3v3 version of the Easterlet. Skooky, the outsider here. So these players will know each other very well. They're going to know their strengths and weaknesses, their style. But I couldn't call it. I mean, I think the Easterlet have to be slight favorites. But look, they both had issues with 102.
Yeah.
But actually, it was Owner Man with a 2-0, whereas D-Slap had 3-2 them. It's a little bit different. So maybe the momentum here is actually for Owner Man.
It's possible. Like, obviously, chain logic is always difficult to use, and especially when you have like a second map which was literally as close as that was.
Yeah.
I don't mind they got it out, but it was not like it was a comfortable win. Whereas where we did see D-Slap get those maps, it was more comfortable wins, even though they lost 2 in the process. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm not gonna be trusting chain logic here at all. I would still possibly guess D-Slap, you know, slightly, ever so slightly, but like I think the resilience Owner Man had, like, it is not going to be an easy one either way. There's no way in hell.
No, absolutely not. And I think that, you know, Cook all day has been doing ridiculous damage. This is one of the strongest aimers in the world in any game, bar none. But you know who also absolutely could have that same accolade? It's Skooky.
Yeah.
These guys are ridiculous. Like, and when we're talking about Pulse and NSE being the more supportive, less mechanically gifted parts of your team, that means you're fucking good.
Yeah. Imagine where that's like, you know, the less exciting, the less, you know, crazy frag potential players. That's, yeah. Everyone here can pop off. And everyone has already today.
Yeah. Right, so we're going to My Shell first, followed by Wreckage. The 2 underplayed maps, surprisingly, are going to be where we start our grand finals. We're then going to Icefall, which could well be the final map if it's a 3-0, but let's hope against hope that that's not the case. That means that we will be going to either Hurt Locker or Perilous next. And then the decider will be what's left. It's going to be Hurt Locker. So Perilous, the decider, if, and I hope that we do go that far. Just going to check we're all good on the server. And then we're going to get into our grand finals. The loser in second place will receive $400 US. The winner, $700 US. So a pretty decent chunk of change up for grabs here in just this one best of 5.
Definitely worth these players giving it their all for. You know, assuming they haven't already given it already today. It's been one hell of a roller coaster, but I don't think they're going to suddenly go quiet now.
Well, let's get this on the way. I'm not loading into the map for some reason. Is my game crashing?
Oh.
It is.
Oh.
Yeah, my game crashed.
Dearie me. I'm able to see NSE jumping around, but no other players at a minute, so.
That is bizarre. All right.
Well,
I'm gonna have to remake the lobby.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it really a grand finals without some kind of technical issues? Not in any esport I've been a part of.
Bold called TF2 an esport. Right.
You know.
Yeah, just we'll be there in a moment. We just got to relaunch our games, remake the lobby, remember the map picks. I believe it was My Shell, Wreckage, ice full Hurt Locker Perilous. I may be able to join back in. That would be nice.
Think we've got Skooky in and others are...
I'm on an ice full game alone. Okay, just remake the lobby. Tell everyone to come out. This is not what we want. It's a shame, but this is how it goes. Sometimes, well, sometimes bad. I have a new key. I've put it in our little production channel.
Very nice.
Very. Archibald Rhythm is in.
I'm gonna do my very best to not play on either of these teams.
You're tempted though, aren't you?
Well, you know, I wouldn't want to make it too easy of a win for the rest of them. You know, people aren't quite ready for my diabolical skills, you know.
No, I don't think anyone's ready. I'm definitely not ready.
There's, you know, no one's quite prepared for the guy who only uses rockets, misses all of them, then gets really upset.
Thank God for you. Someone's got it. It's a tough job.
It's the problem where all you care about in life is air shots. Ultimately, what is there if not air shots?
Right. I do believe we have everyone in now. If I can get a confirm on that from... Okay. Okay. Just waiting on one more foreign language streamer. And then we'll be getting into this grand final. My dog's in the garden.
Oh,
hello,
very
Evie.
nice.
Let's get Evie on camera.
Gone. While he's getting a dog, shout out to all the other language streams been going on. Hopefully you've not been saying it's close in really bad English as we've been doing with every other language. I'm sorry.
That's a precocious dog. She's not come at all. Barely knows
Oh.
her name. Anyway, we have everyone in. Let's try this again.
Realizing just how much of a halo I do have.
Yeah, you're looking
Heavenly in it.
Cook's still connecting, but apart from that, I believe we're all good. Not
All
that
good.
Cook, the other Cook. Kooky. Yeah, we're in. And this is it then. The grand finals, D-Slut versus Onaman.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make any predictions about who's gonna come out on top because I don't want to curse. I don't want to curse anything, you know. I'm just here for the ride. Gonna accept whatever does happen. It's not going less than 4 maps guaranteed though. No way we see a 3-0. Oh, that counts as a prediction, doesn't it? Damn.
Really does. I think we're going to see a 3-0. Because esports hates fun. As we all know.
That's true.
Esports was made so that people that didn't prioritize the correct things in life would fail. That's what it was all about. NSC going to be taking the maiden frag of the final. It's going to be a very different dynamic, I think, between these two teams as opposed to either of them versus 102. Where we sort of had that fire and ice thing going on. This is fighting fire with fire. And I think at the end of that, everybody gets burned.
That is true. That is how the old saying goes. It's exciting though, everything being on fire.
Yeah. That meme should be different.
right?
Instead of the dog in the house on fire, it's just like, instead of this is fine, it's like, yeah!
Yeah,
This is exciting. What an
There's
event.
a lot going on. You ever been bored when on fire? Nope, never. Oh my days. We've got some good LG going on. Very nice. Shafting people into the corner of the map.
Nope. He's missed. You don't get to say that often about Skooky, so I take every opportunity I get. Dropping down. That's bold from Cook. Very bold. And then I believe he hit a double pincer immediately after. What is going on? 109 damage from the Void Cannon, but he's getting rocked as well. Okay. We have just put 4 of the absolute best aimers in the world on a server. And they are running around in what they think is the warm-up. As far as
I was going to say, has anyone told them? Like, the match is live. They, at some point, will need to just stop it. They're just like, nah, man, get me in.
Yeah, it's 15 to 10, 2.5 minutes in. That's a few frags. Let's check our frags per minute at the end of this game. I'm gonna bet it's high.
Absolutely. Everything is a fight. Every little item. Everything's an opportunity just to get some more on the board. 18-4-11 though. It is still side of D-Slope, just that little bit ahead.
Well, and I think this is the risk when you've got 2 teams that actually want to play almost the exact same way. The one that's better will just walk away with it. I mean, because there's no X factor. There's no difference in how you're beating them, or there's no sort of versatility in what you can do versus them because you're just trying to do what they're doing better. And that simplicity is maybe to the detriment of Ownerman right now.
It makes sense. If you're used to playing a certain way, it's not like they can make the counter. It's not like they can suddenly change their whole dynamic to try and counter the side of D-Slope. If it ain't working, then, you know, if they make that adaptation, they're just going to be worse at it.
Yeah, the 102, right? You're not going to out 102, 102. I mean, okay, maybe with some prep, but on the fly, no.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay. That's cute at least. See what I can do with that. Let's see, we'll take down Skooky. 14 frags to the good. 4 minutes and 20 seconds in. They're not slowing down.
In fairness, if you're on the side of D-Slope, you absolutely wouldn't want to keep this all going.
It's also just a fun style to play, being quite this aggressive. Look at Poles there, just full confidence, running around wherever he wants with a blaster out.
Incoming Vindicator.
Oh, that's not... I feel like they need a couple of good power-up runs to bring this back, but... Well, I'm going to press tab, and I'm going to do the thing that we usually do, and that's check the damage of Cook. But it's actually NSC at 3.5k. Closest person on the server is Cook on 2.8. Closest enemy is 2.4 for Poles. This is a nuclear game from NSC.
Yes, Matt. We're not even halfway through. 37 for 19. Damn, there's 60 frags on the board. It's like a frag every 6 seconds for the entire game so far.
Yep. Does it even need commentary? I think it speaks for itself.
Just watch it. You can see it all. It's not stopping.
There's no nuance going on here, is there? It's just... This is 2 heavyweights slugging it out. And they're not just going to leave the ring battered and bruised. They're probably going to leave brain damage. Because this is dumb.
There's gonna be no ring left at the end of it. They're breaking the ring.
So how was your weekend 6 weeks ago?
I don't even know at this point. I don't even know. I've
When
got
was
no
the last
answer.
weekend where we could feel that it was a weekend? I guess like when the lockdown would have been August-ish. It wasn't that bad. That was a good.
Yeah.
I went to
Did I-
Scotland. I went on a holiday during the lockdown. Mental.
I went to somewhere in September, I
Yeah.
think. For like a few days. It was alright.
Nice.
And then, you know, it's been a blur, and now we're March, apparently.
Apparently so.
What can you do?
Cry.
Well, yeah. Bit depressing, we're on stream, mate. There's a big game going on.
Yeah. That's when I get my darkest. That's a shout from the chat. Should have just played 2v2 A Marina.
Fair play. This is... I don't want to say I did curse it.
You cursed it.
I absolutely cursed it though, didn't I?
You know the problem with grand finals?
Go on.
It's that they're always terrible.
Grand finals are like the most cursed part of esports.
Yep.
Ever. There's always issues, and then it always ends up being like, I don't know, some kind of disaster. I
So
bet
my
you
favourite-
guys. Oh, go on.
No, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, bet you guys never had a grand finals at a LAN cutoff, best of 5 cutoff after 4 maps because you got kicked out of the arena.
No, never.
That's the legacy of TF2 at Dreamhack right there. Got kicked out because it was closing.
We've had to rush grand finals before. Like, I think we turned a best of 7 into a best of 5 once because we were running out of time. Just on the fly. There was also the great Brood War match where the power went out and the judges ruled that Flash had won a game, when a lot of people are pretty convinced that it was only about 60-40 in his favor and they should have kept playing or rematch. Yeah, that was it was an OSL final, I believe. Flash versus J-Dong on Neo Sylphid? Not sure.
It's just sounds about grand finals, you know? They should all just be called, like, I don't know, lower bracket, upper finals or something. One of those, like, incomprehensible names for something you don't really understand the tournament structure. Because those games are always sick.
Yeah. Yeah, semi-finals and losers finals are always the best. And then there's this. Have we got the Curb Your Enthusiasm music primed, Adam?
They're actually consistently keeping up with the frag every, like, 5 or 6 seconds.
Yeah.
There's just
Because
no
look,
obstacle.
Skooky's just going in. No fear. I mean, what's there to lose? You're 34 frags down.
Pulse in chat only died.
Oh, we
42
reached
times
mercy
without-
limit.
Oh my days.
It's happened again.
Right. That is a map 1 for you right there.
There you go. Moving on.
NSC 47 frags. 47.
He's had a good game.
Just walking around, just like, yeah, I love that frag. I love that one. I love that one. Right, next map.
I played a Doombringer free-for-all yesterday, where I went 50 for 22. Pretty good. Nobody gonna react to that? I went 50 and 22 in Doombringer.
50
Come on.
20. Yeah, no, yeah. Banger, mate.
It was a banger. Adam? Yes, because I was dominating so much, I controlled a server against 8 other people. savant level plays on Duel 1 of Doombringer. Had all the quad.
In 3,
You won't believe. I've got the demo. I'm going to upload it. I'm going to do a demo analysis of it.
Just sitting there being like, oh, Hero is brilliant.
Yeah, mate, I was. You just wait until that pops up on YouTube. It's going to go viral. It's not the start you want, is it? Going 0-2.
Not really. But, I mean, you know,
They will. It's okay.
after the first map, they might be used to a bit of disappointment, but keep it rolling, you know?
Diabotical fans are pretty well acquainted with disappointment.
Jesus.
incoming Vindicator.
Because all of our grand finals are disappointing. And that's all.
Enemy Vindicator.
Power up for Cut.
Always on the hunt. Always wanting the frags.
There
What's
we
going on here? Another one? Bam, I'll have that.
It's like supermarket sweep. Rest in peace, Dale Winton.
I am obviously not now, but where I work is where they film Supermarket Sweep.
Oh. Interesting.
It's bizarre that I'm not even lying when I say that.
It is. It really is.
It's all related, you know? All linked. I will say right now, this isn't anything like D-Slurp all walking away with it all right now, you know? Couple
No,
of
this is
advantage,
tight.
but this is actually keeping close on this one. Maybe they just had a great map, you know? Firing on all cylinders, but map 2, not quite as good. It is just exactly equal. Couple minutes in.
C'est proche. C'est proche.
Does that
French?
mean it's close?
Yeah, it means it's close.
Ooh.
Incoming Vindicator.
10-9 as we go to the second power up.
Team Vindicator.
Happy to see this advantage is here though for Owner Man. Sure, they're happy to see it as well.
No doubt. 4 frags. And a little bit more than that. Gookie doing well there. Ooh, dropping from little... I don't know what you call it, but it was an awkward one for Skookie. Did well to get out of there. Not hemorrhaging frags. They're clawing their way back into this site. The lead is dwindling little by little.
Definitely doesn't feel anywhere near as chaotic. It's a good pace, but it's not quite the exact same. Still, ooh, it is still side of D-Slope doing well when it does get a bit chaotic, though, when they do force that kind of fight.
Yeah, I mean, Cook is such a monster, and if Hennessy is upping his game as he is in this series, then things are going to get awkward. If you're on Owner Man and look, Cook, the British Bulldog, going in. Findy on the way. It's in the hands of NSC. And this could be where they run away with it.
Yeah, very possible. Good little opportunity. Decent health, decent armor, you know. Enough to go with, but only getting one in the trade at that isn't great. But then they've got themselves a little bit of a lead, so. And another to boot.
And now it's looking a little bit rough. As Diesler are, to a greater or lesser extent, walking away with the lead once again. And you got to bear in mind, they were down a few frags. They're now up 10. That means in the last, I want to say, 3 minutes, they've gone net 15-ish. Not bad at all.
No, definitely. First 4 minutes or so was super close. Good back and forth, some good leads from Owner Man, but yeah, these scrappy fights do just look good for DSUP just consistently. When you can rely upon that, that's a very, very nice feeling. Now, just over halfway through, they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable to try and go 2-0. Possibly, yeah, the curse might be there. Possibly might be a 3 maps and done situation.
Incoming Vindicator. Vindicator.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm not going to miss that one. And you can see Skooky here trying to get cheeky. And he just wants his teammate out of the way. But this lead isn't going anywhere right now for D-Slap. And even there, what should have been a frag, surely Poles will finally get it, but Cook is here, making his life extremely difficult. Poles just about managing to fire back, but this is... It's not getting better. It's not getting much worse for Owner Man, apart from the fact they have even less time to make it happen.
Yeah, it's going to be... It gets to those raw situations where it's like time becomes a bigger enemy than the actual enemy team, you know? Because these aren't the guys where you can just walk in, take the scrappy fights, and just build up some momentum. Because, you know, they're just so good. They're so good at taking the scrappy fights. Like, it favors them. So what? Like, are you going to play controlling from the back foot? It ain't going to work. It's going to be so hard here.
Well, I'm beginning to lose faith, if not in the grand finals as a whole, in this map at the very least.
Incoming Vindicator.
Zenesi, the only one that can actually take him down is himself. Skooky does get a melee kill though, so they are now only 4 frags behind, according to the rules. The very real, definitely official, endorsed by Dreamhack rules.
I'm willing to believe you because, you know, they could kind of do with it right now.
Yeah, I think they'd still lose.
NSC's just on it. Weetabix has been had this morning.
He's had his Weetabix, his Cheerios, and his Wheaties. Just a lot of cereal. Not healthy.
Arguably just too much. Blood sugar's just through the roof.
Yeah,
and this is what you need for esports, apparently.
Well, It does seem that actual professional gamers in very competitive scenes still have energy drinks during match, which, as far as I can tell, all the research says that's a bad idea, but they win, so who knows?
This is the secret. If you want to get better at esports, just turn your blood into maple syrup. Please don't
Sounds
do
delicious. But then I would start murdering people, and I'd become a cannibal, and that'd be a big issue. If everyone was walking around like made of maple syrup.
No comment on that one. 80 seconds left on the clock. This is not doable. Map 2 is going to be firmly
It's
in the hands of D-Slurp.
and then you're up against it, and you're going to have to reverse sweep to win this grand final. Good luck. Good luck. Couldn't be me.
Yeah, it would need to be like to the point of beyond superhuman. You would need to, like, the best shot could be to go to D-Slurp's houses and just cut their cable. That might actually be worth it.
I mean, could D-dogs them.
What, have you heard some howling in their camp last night?
Yeah, something like that.
Throwback. CSGO Lounge 2017, boys.
30 seconds remaining.
That was a good time. I mostly, I made more money off Dota Lounge, though. I went on a 20-0 streak. It was amazing. But I didn't do an accumulator. I always just put like 10 quid on it. So I won a lot, but I didn't win, 10 quid, which gave me 30, which then gave me 100. It didn't, no, it wasn't,
Yeah.
What do you call
Fat gains.
fat gains? I wasn't going to go for fat gains, but yeah, sure.
Defeat.
There we are then. Map 2 is in the books. We go to Icefall for what could well be the final map of
Icefall.
this grand finals and indeed this tournament. Once again, a huge thanks to Dreamhack for giving us the prize pool and the channel to work with. Hugely grateful for the opportunity to work with them both on this tournament and the dual tournament from last weekend. It's been an honor. What can I say? Huge thanks to everybody that's watching as well. And let's hope. I'm hoping that we get to see a fourth map.
So the fun fact, the fun stat,
Exponential.
right?
It's all right. I remembered the word.
Exponential. The fun stat of the game, Pulse so far between those first two maps, 83 deaths. Now I want to see an 83 frag game for Pulse. That's it's a lot to ask.
That's, yeah.
I believe in it.
So what you're asking is for him to be like twice as good as the actual best player in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Cook is BRB. Maybe we should
In
start
fairness-
within BRB. Make it fair.
I just want to see 83 and 0. If he goes 83 and 0, you can be impressed.
I'll be more than impressed. I will swear my life and servitude to him forevermore. I will live for that man. It was exponential, though. I didn't make exponential gain.
I made a few hundred in my time and then used it to raise money for charity like a dweeb.
What?
Yeah.
Ah, good on you.
What can you do?
I did
now?
a charity stream yesterday.
Nice.
Yeah, I casted some Valorant. It was weird. That game's easier to cast than this one. You got sort of these natural ups and downs, this cadence to it.
I feel like for me it'd be very, very similar in that I would just look for all of the retired TFT players.
Yeah.
Valorant has quite a few.
Well, they're now retired Overwatch players, though, aren't they?
So a lot of the guys who went to Valorant actually went directly from TFT. They didn't even bother with Overwatch for that long. Well, a lot of them just didn't go Overwatch at all. Don't know why that happened, but yeah, there you go.
Yeah, everyone's having a go with Valorant, which I don't understand because I'm like, surely all the XCS players are just way better. You know.
What can you
Even
do,
the
you know?
warm-up frags are impressive.
Was this warm up? I thought this was. It just seems very similar, you know.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I'm picking up
Same
what you're
kind of
putting down.
energy. Shout out to my TF2 boys I've been seeing in chat every now and then. Fanver and Rons I saw a minute ago. Shout out to those boys. Sprite as well.
Big ups. We're on board with Cook. He's not going to get the red. And he's not going to get Skooky. They're going to back away, I think, for the blue for the 225s and think about getting a pincer. Sounds like a good idea to me. Skooky, can I get the maiden frag? Very low. Cook will hear him screaming, but yeah, he's going to have timing on the red. Second red goes to way of Hennessy. Nice cycle on the blue from the 225s for Cook. Hasn't managed to get himself a proper hit scan weapon though, which is a little bit difficult, but Pulse sort of gifts him that fight.
Incoming Vindicator.
Vindy on the way.
It's a pretty good start so far, and they get the power up and the frag as well. So things looking continually good for Diesler. Always happy, always living their life. Ooh. A little bit of beef though.
A little bit. Hennessy on the Vindy. Mega as well. Unfortunate.
Pole just got rocked.
Oh. Yeah, talking about it in the chat. Shout outs to Dreamhack Community Clash TF2 edition. I believe in a few months. Run by Essentials TF, the man behind the production of TimCon as well. If you're into TF2 and if you're into Diabotical, there's probably a lot to like in TF2. Go give it a look. 12 to 2. Epley, is this
Go on.
over?
I don't want to say it's over. Well, actually, no, I do want to say it's over because Cass is cursed. This is over, mate.
All right, done. It's in the bin.
Map 5.
Map 5, and here we go for the triple overtime. Googie gets on the board. And the C knocks Pulse off it. What's the Pulse death count at? We got another 11 in from this game. It was 83. Okay, we're on
It
94.
was 94. We're hitting the
Can he
hundo.
break 100?
We're hitting the hundo for sure.
It's a different type of hundo to what we usually talk about in Diabotical. All right, we're on the way.
You know what they
Okay,
say:
good.
live by the hundo,
Okay.
die by the hundo.
And then die a few more times by the hundo. Is he a robot? Like,
It's a big question.
God damn it. You make me feel so annoyed. He doesn't miss. Who misses these days?
Oh my days. All right, we got it. We got the hundo. We got the hundo. Congrats.
Hey, Poles.
Congrats and
we tell him?
commiserations.
I think he knows.
No shade being thrown. I think I'd be 300 or 400
jeez.
if that down.
Yeah, of course. The fact that this is happening to Poles is just so telling of how well NSC and Cook are playing.
Yeah.
Because Poles and Skooky are top flight players. There's a reason they're in the grand finals, having come out on top over 102, made of Latromi and Pavel, two absolute legends of Arena FPS TDM.
definitely something to be said for, it's not the most back and forth finals, not, the super neck and neck exciting stuff that people could perhaps want, but massive, massive shout out for truly, incredible players.
They're putting in some real effort and put in some real numbers. Cut. Gonna take poles off. It's Hennessy on the Vindicator, as if he needs it. That's the thing, right? Like, these players don't need to have triple damage.
No. When you hit everything, 3 times everything is still everything.
Hennessy's got such a big stack. Oh. The MIDI. Okay. Signs of life. Maybe a little bit too late. Maybe $1 short.
Or 300.
Or 300. Oh, the voice is going. Did a lot of shouting yesterday and today. 3 tournaments in 2 days. And I'm doing a Doombringer tournament later on.
Oh my days.
Bang. I can still muster a few bangs every now and again.
Incoming Vindicator.
Dookie will fall. Vindy's coming up. It looks like Cook's in prime position for that. The human aimbot. Well, he claims he's human. He might just be an aimbot.
Some of these directs are definitely not human. There's literally no way. I don't believe it.
Me.
Vindicator. Vindicator.
Nothing can go right for this team. Not against this other team.
All right. So this is the 4-minute 31 frag deficit.
Yeah.
It's not a great position to be in.
It's pretty dire. I'm gonna say it. You know what? It's not.
Go on.
It's not close.
It's not close. No, it's not close. It's not close. It's not close or any other, language variations of that phrase.
C'est non proche.
You're goddamn right.
Victory.
And it's over. They hit the mercy limit. Congratulations to your winners, D Slur. What a team. What can you say? Even up against Skooky and Poles, who had been fabulous all day long, took them to the cleaners and then some. That is us done for the day. We have to say a few thank yous, though. Commiserations also, of course, to 102, third place finisher, and second place finisher, Owner Men. I can't remember. But yes, thank you once again to Dreamhack for the prize money and the channel and all the publicity. Thank you to our admin team, Crazy Owl and his merry men, just his bots. Thank you to Adam, Arch Rhythm behind the scenes producing, Efleet, my co-commentator today. You've been fabulous. Any final words?
No, thank you very much for having me. Had a lot of fun.
Wonderful stuff. We are now probably gonna, I don't know, ask to raid someone. I don't. But that is us done for the day. Thank you ever so much for watching. We hope to see you very soon. Bye bye.